Hello everybody and welcome to the sportiest stream. We've got some Rocket League Splash Series action tonight here on the sportiest stream, and joining me for this first series, a Cyclone Cup matchup, MidTakes versus Lotus Nirvana. It's Croutondust. It's been a while, Crouton. I think last time you were ever on the stream was back when they did the All-Star Tournament for the Rocket League Splash Series, but we're here, and guess what? It's big action. It's high SSL lobby. It's our first look at the Cyclone Cup this season, the newest division. It's full of a lot of really solid top tier teams, and we've already seen some of these teams play in that Proving Grounds tournament, and they get to play in the regular season.
Yeah, I'm more than excited to be here. Like you said, it's been a while since we actually got to do a duo cast. It used to happen very often, but these days they are few and far between. But I mean, what a match to have it happen on. This is a pretty big time matchup here.
It is, and for both these teams, only the second week of action, but there's going to be a lot of teams that are playing the second week of action. We got a lot of RLSS matches tonight. My match after this, though, will be the one that isn't from RLSS. It's LOS Champs, Hunter's Collision, Hunter's Team Not Bound. Later on, we'll have War vs. Affinity Reborn of the Tsunami Cup, and Affinity Sapphire Akudama of the Surge Cup here. So we're getting some really high-level action today, but again, our first match, that Cyclone Cup. This is high SSL gameplay. And for the MidTakes, we actually got to see this team on this stream make it to the top 8 of that Proving Grounds tournament to get into this league. So the way they got here was through another tournament. Made the top 8, lost to N2 and Breakers, the team that eventually won that and is also playing in this Cyclone Cup. But yes, Lotus Nirvana, this is a team that got a bye into this cup. They didn't even play that tournament. They were that good, and that's a scary sign because that usually means they're a team that is extremely high ranked. They're one of the favorites to take this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk all day about stats and where these teams have come from, but listen, I say the same thing every time I come here. I'm just looking for a good match. That's all I care about. I just want some good action, go as far as it could possibly go. Best of 5. I hope it goes to game 5. Throw in a little overtime to make it spicy too. I'm excited.
M2, this is those big matchups that, again, is really interesting to me, and just how absolutely close it definitely can feel. But as you mentioned, it's a high-level matchup here, but for these teams, they're in different situations. MidTakes lost last week to Juicy Berg's team in NoFF in a game 5. For Lotus Nirvana, their last week was against Next to New Esports, which was the team that got second in that tournament. They swept them. They swept that team. Now, admittedly, Next to New, which used to be known as Next to New Falcons, they are having issues with their roster. They've already made a couple of roster changes this season, so maybe not the best comparison, but even so, they swept that team. It was not much of a question, and that's a concern here for MidTakes, because if they're losing to NoFF, they're going to really struggle against teams like Lotus Nirvana.
Yeah, I would say kind of preemptively, Lotus Nirvana look like I would say they have a pretty good odds-on advantage against MidTakes here. But I mean, I heard from you specifically, Dap is kind of the player to watch. So I don't know. We could be seeing a little bit of an upset, quote unquote. We're only in week 2. There's not, it could just be strength of schedule that puts MidTakes on the undercard here. But who knows? Again, all I want, Sporty. All I've ever wanted is a good series.
They'll get a good series, that's for sure, with how all these teams are. I know you got the Steelers lineups, but I haven't even mentioned Dap. He's like 14. I believe he's 14, and he is mechanical. We've seen him on the stream before. He might even be 13. I don't know exactly how old he is, but either 13 or 14. He's very young. He's very mechanical. So if there's anybody to step up for the MidTakes, it has been him, and it probably will be him again if they can do it. On the other side of Lotus State, Locke being that leader, I've heard a lot about him. I've heard a lot of people tell us just how solid he is as a player. So if there's anybody to be watching on that side, it would be Locke. He's gonna do what a captain does, and that is lead his team. But again, in a match like this, even for Lotus Nirvana, even though they're the favorites, it's, as you said, it's so early on. There's so, little that we know about these teams, how they're going to play this season. And while we do know the favorites take this, Lotus Nirvana are one of the favorites to take it. It is a season, and it is different important matches. So, those favoritisms, those chances could dissipate here as time goes on. These teams have a lot to prove. As now we got some follows coming in from Mustang Fast. Thank you for the welcome to the sportiest stream. Our first match tonight of 4 will be MidTakes versus Lotus Nirvana. Joining me is Croutondust, and yeah, again, I'm just talking about this match a lot. It's gonna be an interesting series because for MidTakes, they gotta play up, but in a circuit season like this, for so many teams are used to big tournaments, this is a little bit different for those at Nirvana, and they're gonna have some teams that will definitely compete up there with them because they are not the favorites to win the whole tournament. There's a lot of teams there that will compete with them. So for them, MidTakes, it's going to be a team that they have to beat if they're going to want to be considered one of the top teams in this grouping.
Yeah, again, I mean, we kind of discussed it's a little bit early on to call like, oh, week one this team did really well. MidTakes getting swept, or Lotus 8 sweeping theirs, MidTakes going to game 5. But again, that's just 1 week. I will say, maybe a little bit to the credit of MidTakes. MidTakes, they played against Juicyberg's team in that week 1, and they took that team to a game 5. I personally am a huge Juicyberg fan. If you guys aren't aware, during Feisty Taquitos Christmas Bonanza, I think it was called, Juicyberg 1v2'd after his teammate left, like 1v2'd for 2 minutes straight and didn't let up a goal. Juicyberg's cracked, and if you can take Juicyberg's team to game 5, you got to be pretty good. So MidTakes, again, coming in at kind of the undercard here, but I don't think that matters too much. It's so early on, like you said. Realistically, everybody on this field is unbelievably talented. There's no two ways about it. Oh, Christmas Bananas. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, it was the Christmas Bananas tournament. But
Bananas coming and saying hi. Hello, Bananas.
Yeah. But no, I mean, again, we could sit here and be like, well, they had this performance week 1, but then there was this. This team swept. Realistically, none of that really matters. What actually matters is we get into game 1 and we see how these two teams play against each other.
Yeah, I will say something that does help these teams: the fact that MidTakes, they only have 3 players on their roster as well. That their roster is confirmed. There's not any changes to it. Haven't added a sub, and I don't think they're going to make roster changes. It's a team that's pretty locked in. The same can be said about Lotus 8. No changes yet for them. And again, they're a team that actually had to be subbed in as well. This is their first match of the season. Sure, they're 1-0, but the team that played before them was a different Lotus 8 team. They got subbed in, still had that win counted, but again, it's such a weird situation because it's a different Lotus 8 team. It was meant to be Lotus 8 Zenith. That team disbanded. Nirvana took over, and so for Nirvana, they've got some huge shoulders to step on too, because that Zenith team was solid. Again, while they are still given that win over next to New, I should mention it was not them who played that series. So as you said, it's going to be close, and it really could be, because for Lotus and Nirvana, they got to get used to the competition at the level, and the competition is going to be high. It's going to be tough, and while again, I think Nirvana is still the favorites in this matchup, they again, they've got a lot of heavy shoulders to step onto here, because they're replacing a team. They're not even supposed to be playing this matchup. It's only just remnants, I think, of that Zenith team.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot to consider here. But again, we could sit here and we could put our thinking caps on, and then we could just talk all day about how we think it should go, how we think it could go. But realistically, hearing about, I mean, right now, and then we're just waiting on one more team. As soon as the match starts, we're gonna get our answer. We're gonna see who's hot tonight. Maybe both teams are hot tonight, and it's just an absolute slugfest. But we'll get our answer, Sporty. Very, very soon, we'll get our answer.
Yeah, as you said, again, we're just waiting on Lotus 8 and Nirvana to join on in. The team, I think, just taking some extra warm-ups, as all high-level teams seem to love to do. They love to be a little bit late. Although MidTakes weren't late, they were 2 minutes early, actually, which is quite rare for teams at this level. Again, we'll get these guys in as soon as we can here for this best of 5 series. All matches tonight are best of 5. Again, we have 3 Rocket League Splash Series matchups. We have 1 from LOS Champs. That will be actually our second match tonight. So, again, it's a big night, a big action for a big league in the Rocket League Splash Series. Actually, a fun little statistic. For all the matches I'm going to be streaming this week, I have 13 matches. I have 8 from Rocket League Splash Series. So, the Rocket League Splash Series decided to hook me up this week. They definitely wanted to come out here and support the stream, which, hey, I'm all for it. I love these. I love Rocket League Splash Series. And I'm sure you probably know that pretty well, Crouton.
Oh yeah.
As my favorite one was to go. Yeah, that's because you won, Bananas. That's because you won your match, Bananas. That's why you.
Oh, actually, hey, while I'm here, I'm gonna take my the one time a year I get on the Sporty channel. These days, there's still an outstanding challenge against you, Sporty. If you remember from the whole Skyward Series thing, we're still looking for that 3v3 desk versus casters.
Oh yeah, I know.
I think you can get out of it.
I'm not running away from it. It just depends if the other guys are actually going to schedule it. Because I'm not going to handle that. I am available anytime, so it's really up to them if they're available. But again, I'm really definitely going to be. Again, I'm all for that. I would love to play in that. Or I'd love to stream that. It just depends if the other guys are actually going to be able to play it. You'd have to contact them for that.
Yeah,
so.
I am curious to see if they'll actually pursue it. I'm 100% down as well, and I'm so washed it's not even funny. But I'm down.
Yeah,
I do think we've got some people joining the match though, or at least the other team has arrived. It looks like.
Of course, the Lotus 8 players don't have the correct in-game names. So I've got to find out who is who. But I believe it's
Yeah.
Locke and Dave are in here. Of course, they go Knock and Knave because, of course, they
Yep.
have to change their names up. Of course,
Oh,
of
yeah,
course.
there-
I didn't think
there
this was
is-
going to be a problem with these guys, but they come
This
in with
is
the wrong
funny.
names. We're going to ask who it is. It is Happy who's
Happy.
joining in. So it's Happy,
Okay.
Locke, and Dave. Happy's actually going to go change his
Yeah,
name.
yeah. Thankfully,
They are Steam players. That's of course.
That's gonna make our jobs a whole lot easier when we don't have to remember that the period translates to happy.
Yeah, of course. We'll
You gotta love that. I no one knows, but I was just talking to Sporty about how I'm glad that all these players have normal names, unlike the Challenger leagues. All of a
And if-
sudden, they don't have normal names.
And then you forget, oh yeah, they can definitely change their names now because they're on Steam.
Yeah.
So they will do that. But again, it's Locke, Dave, and Happy joining in. That's their usual starting roster, I believe. So no changes there. Again, they have Clover, I believe, as their sub, as well as Coach V. So for this team, for all the good things they're going to do this season, this is going to be a huge stepping stone for them, a huge start. Again, I believe MidTakes are a team you need to beat if you're going to be a top contender. If you don't beat them, I don't think you've got a top contender. This is a good kind of team who's going to be kind of gatekeeping the very top teams of this league. Here, so for let's say it's Nirvana, they're supposed to be one of those top teams, even though the way they got in was not exactly what they wanted. It was again through a ton of changes and basically through a whole new team creation, like with some players from Zenith, or maybe none. I don't even know how it works, but again, they're looking just to make adjustments here. Again, for them, it's a big stepping stone point, but going into this best of 5 here in the Cyclone Cup, they got to take on the MidTakes here in week number 2. They're 1-0 up. Can they prove they deserve to be among the best? The MidTakes, we've seen them do well in that Proving Grounds tournament to get to this league. Now they got to prove they deserve to stay there. On the blue are the MidTakes. On the orange is Lotus 8 Nirvana, a best of 5 series. And for both these teams, they're looking for different things, but ultimately to the same goal, and that is to have a good season and get to the playoffs.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm very curious to see how this first minute's going to go. Is it going to be one of those matches where it's a very slow start, game 1, very uneventful, or are we going to see some sparks fly early on? Look at that dunk, almost in, not quite cleared away now by Locke. Still offensive, though, for MidTakes. Happy. It's a nice tentative clear away, but you see Dap trying to hunt some offense still off the back wall. It goes, cleared away. I mean, it's already pretty fast, Sporty.
Yeah, it is. And here comes
I chose a bad time to
JT.
hand it off.
Yeah, here comes JT with 30 seconds in it already. The MidTakes making things awkward. And as you said, are these teams going to come out slow? Lotus 8 and Nirvana are, but MidTakes are not. And I mentioned how, important Dap is this roster, but don't discredit his teammates, Rick and JT. They may not be as involved as you may think they are. They're definitely not involved as Dap is. They're not as recognizable, but to be fair, are you a 13-year-old mechanical player? I don't think so. It doesn't matter, though. Locke's going to put one back as Lotus 8 Nirvana off the kickoff with some great bumps there from on that backline by Locke. It just makes that net wide open.
Yeah, I mean, an immediate answer back. It took only 6 seconds for Nevada to find some kind of momentum back at them. And it seems it's going to be one of these sparks flying in the first match. We're not seeing a very slow start as I'm used to. Ooh, rare miss there from Rick. I assume rare miss. I've never seen Rick play before, but I'm sure
I have.
at this level, any whiff is going to be rare.
Yeah, at this level, if players are whiffing, it's not because they're making a mistake, more likely. It's more likely it's they're getting outplayed or they don't have a lot of boost left. And now, good chance! Stopped by Dap, but Lotus 8, again, it feels like a slow start for this side, and they're really struggling to keep up with the pace of the MidTakes. I don't think they're ready for just how fast this team is playing. And, I mean, the MidTakes are challenging everything right now. This is a team that's suffocating. And again, just impressive for the side, because this Lotus 8 team are the favorites, are supposed to be the better team, and right now, that pace is not in their favor as the MidTakes creating more and more offense that are getting closer and closer to scoring that second goal to take the lead right back.
With this possession play from Dap trying to get something mechanical there. Can't quite find the net on it. Keeping some offense going, though, this one. We'll be back out to Rick. Still on offense are the MidTakes. Great 50 through. Can't find the net, though. Again, we're still keeping pressure, though, for the MidTakes. There's Dap. Ooh, a rare miss for Dap now. Maybe these misses aren't so rare. I'm having to call them out so often. Here's Locke now up on this one. Can't quite get past mid yet, though, as he takes it back to his own end. Nice shot down from Dave to Happy. But again, these clears, Sporty, for Nirvana aren't the strongest so far.
Yeah, right now, I think for Nirvana, they're just a bit slow, trying to ease their way into this. Reminder, They really didn't. They did not. They were not the Lotus 8 team that played last week. Again, they had to sub in for that team, and while they do still have that win under their belts, this is still some learning grounds for them. But that's a miss off the back wall, and Happy, well, he'll be happy with that because that's a freebie. It doesn't get easier than that at this level.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Nirvana, Lotus 8 Nirvana was kind of looking pretty weak in their own backline, but they take that one good clear that they got, and they immediately made the defense pay for a pretty minor mistake that they really punished them for. It's great to see that Nirvana are not going to be letting these, minuscule mistakes go unpunished. Very telling of how talented the team could be. Rick sends that one down towards his own net as Dave gets involved as well. Dap now. He said the player to watch. Good 50 there from Dap. He still got it. He's passed 2 players as well. Demo on the field. Might open some things up. That's just a free one for JT. Nice passing play through the corner, and we're just barely past halftime.
Yeah, and JT actually made that play. It was not Dap who really made it. He had the open space. No, it was JT. He demoed the last defender before getting in position to shoot. Might as well do multiple jobs on offense here. Someone named JT has been an offensive firepower already this game, and that shouldn't be any surprise if you guys have seen this team during that Proving Grounds tournament. They have not made a single roster move since then. And this team is playing the exact same. It's JT who scores a lot, and it's Dap who often will use his mechanics to assist his teammates. But right now, looking to assist Lotus 8's Dappy with a bad touch there. But here comes Locke, and that net's wide open. Or at least it would be for Locke. Lotus 8 Nirvana. Affinity leaders again. These whiffs coming at bad times right now for MidTakes off the back wall. And for Lotus 8, they're not going to miss those chances very easily.
Yeah, it's kind of strange to see such a talented team make a few weird defensive blunders. I would have to imagine, though, as they kind of move on, game 2, game 3, they'll start cleaning those up. That might be the slow start we were talking about, is maybe defensively, because offensively, these teams have been off to a white-hot start, I would say. Here's JT trying to get something going. He throws that one over towards Dave. Good 50 out. Is anyone there for the shot? Here comes Rick to keep it offensive. There's Locke just waiting on it, though. Kind of lets that one go out. Better play there to give it to Happy. That shot is just barely off. That one isn't, though. Dave to catch this one. This is technically a 3-piece, I think. It was Happy over to Locke. Locke to the wall, and the wall back to Dave. That is absolutely a 3-piece.
And for Lotus 8, as you said, that early initial play kind of confused us a little bit there to see that fake from Locke. But again, it's the the SSL minds of Lotus 8 Nirvana at work here. This is them thinking big-brained. If they don't go for the ball there, they set up a teammate and they go upfield, and now they're a passing option. So for Lotus 8, again, they're using those brains. They may not be playing all that fast, but they're not playing sluggish anymore. No, this is a team that's putting their minds to good use, and they're slowly picking apart the MidTakes one step at a time. It's now another chance. Dap will be there to keep it out, but Lotus 8 Nirvana continuing to attack, and again, for this side, they may not have started off this game very well, but they're most definitely going to end it that way with a little over a minute to go. They're still looking to score even more goals.
Yeah, they have not loosened up on that offense. That shot just going to be wide as Rick almost gets a piece of it. It's a good heads-up play from the Nirvana defense to kind of get in the way of that one. Happy with an absolutely banger clear all the way down. JT with a tentative clear. There's Locke waiting on it in midfield. Sends it across. It will be... I was going to say it will be defended, but didn't need to be. That shot was just barely off. Another whiff from Dave. Again, I hesitate to call these rare whiffs, considering they've happened more than a few times.
Yeah, again, the pace that these players are playing at, the stuff that they can do, it's actually quite not uncommon to see them whiff the ball, because again, you're trying to go for the next most creative play. You're not trying to play safe on these teams, especially not in the regular season when you need to show up, when you need to show out. Taking risks is the norm at this level, because you're not going to score if you don't take risks against these teams. So whiffing the ball as that first player up, it happens. And in fact, it's common because these team players do go for those risks. As that shot just off the post from Dap. MidTakes with some offense, but they won't find a success. Now, Locke, the musty flick. Rick will keep it away, but with 10 seconds to go, now even less than that, the MidTakes will falter in game number 1. They came off to a good start, but it was Lotus 8 Nirvana who brought the offense back to them, and their slow, decisive movements will take down the defense of the MidTakes, and they'll take game 1 with it.
Yeah, they'll take game 1 as soon as this ball touches the ground for once. It's a crazy 0-second drill here. Still up. Still up again. Wait a minute. Are we going to see a 0-second goal? There it is off the ceiling. Happy with a misread. And the remaining player not able to make it. That is a pretty strong win, though, for Nirvana. Only up by 2. I guess that's not a total beatdown, but I would say it's a pretty great start to their best of 5 here. I don't know what I'm trying to say. This is the kind of foot you want to start out on, though. This is the first step you want to take to kind of place yourself as the better of the two teams. You know, MidTakes, we had plenty to say about them coming into this one, but again, I said we weren't going to know anything for sure until game one was over, and we've got our answer. Lotus 8 Nirvana are looking pretty good tonight.
Yeah, they are. They're looking pretty good, and I think what's funny about this Lotus 8 Nirvana team is so often this Lotus 8 side does get overshadowed because they got their big brother in Lotus 8 Esports also in this one. And yes, that is the Lotus 8 Esports with Nightja as captain. So, unfortunately, it's pretty tough to be a recognizable team when the same org has another team, and that team is considered a whole lot better. So for Nirvana, they're not just trying to make a name for themselves in this league because they actually do have a good amount of recognition among the players. They're really trying to make a name for themselves in Lotus 8 because, you know, compared to their to the main roster, they want to be just up there with them. They want to be just as good, and well, that is very difficult because that team is Bubble Pro, and Lotus 8 Nirvana, to my experience, has not made top 64 in the RLCS qualifiers just yet. They definitely have the ability to step up to the to that main roster level. So again, they're looking to do it here in the Arc League Splash Series, and after this game one against the MidTakes, they're definitely on a good start.
Yeah, that's a good point. They've got a lot to prove this season, not only to themselves, but to their colleagues as well. We'll see as this game 2 is underway how they will continue to do that. Dave with a shot down. There's Locke to follow. It's just in. I didn't think he was going to be able to find a hold of that defense, but again, the MidTakes defense just a little bit slow tonight. Even in this game 2, you see JT getting back on that one just a little too late to the party to stop that one out. Another early lead here for Nirvana. I believe they scored in the first 30 seconds of the last match. Or
that was
they scored or they tied up.
That was the MidTakes who scored in the first 30 seconds.
So then they did tie 6 seconds later. So either way, we're seeing a lot of... Ooh, Dap almost puts that one in. We're seeing a lot of early action, though, Sporty.
Yeah, we are. We're seeing a lot of early goals, and for Lotus 8 Nirvana, is the kind of position you want to be in. Again, this MidTakes roster, I say, is a gatekeeper for a lot of the really good teams in this division. So for Nirvana, and for how good they are, this is a team they really do need to beat if they want to be, you know, considered one of the top teams here. Because, yeah, this MidTakes roster, they're solid, but they do have their faults, they do have their issues, and right now, Lotus 8 Nirvana just trying to play a whole lot more quality as a tap down from Happy was looking for a teammate. I believe that was Dave in front of the net, but wouldn't find them there. And Nirvana recreating the offense. Locke looking for the fake on Dap, but he won't be fooled as Dave now will leave it for Happy. And again, this Lotus 8 Nirvana communication is what I've been really impressed with. They don't challenge unless they absolutely have to. If they know they have a player behind them, they don't go for it. And again, just some great communication from this Lotus 8 team. That's why they don't miscommunicate and they don't misrotate at all this series.
Yeah, again, it's very solid so far. We're closing in on the 3-minute mark here. That shot out, or that clear out rather, from Happy was pretty fortuitous for them as Dave through the corner. Couldn't quite find anything too concrete on that one. Happy with another tentative clear across. Here's JT to keep it in. No good on the pinch attempt, though. It didn't quite go where he was looking for. This one sent out to Locke. Uh-oh. Could be trouble. Nice early challenge from Dap, though. That's going to shut that down immediately. Approach halftime. Things have definitely slowed down versus game 1. We've only seen 1 goal in the entire first half of the game. Again, it's a lot of battles in midfield right now, I would say.
Well, that's always the case at this level. There's always so much battling, so much jockeying for that midfield because it matters in a series like this, especially when you can have all the offense in the world because of it. You might as well take that and go for the offense, but for the MidTakes, they're actually fighting a lot more to get Dap more involved. If he can assist and make these opportunities, and if he can get some space, they are going to be successful. But right now, he's getting challenged so early on, he doesn't have room to go for the ball. He doesn't have room to use his mechanics to get, you know, open spaces and to find plays for his teammates. But now he does. A pass to Rick, and that's exactly what he does. Oh, but it's off the post. The MidTakes should've, could've, but it won't be. And the Lotus 8 Nirvana will clear it right away. The MidTakes had a chance, and again, Dap being the centerpiece, but that one just wide of the post.
Yeah, heartbreakingly close as Locke might have something fancy here. Dropping down. Is anyone there for the shot? There was someone there for the shot, but cleared away. Defended well by the MidTakes net. Here's Dave now from his own half, looking for a nice 50 down. Can't quite get it, but he does set up Happy pretty nicely here for a nice tentative clear. Here he goes all the way across the field. Look at him go, driving some offense out of a quasi air dribble there. Is this one through the corner now? Over to Dap. Is that one in? Off the post again. Sporty, how unlucky can one squad get? That's 2 for the MidTakes. That should have gone in.
Yeah, and again, it's just unfortunate situations because they don't getting that much on offense. This is a team that's actually losing when it comes to the amount of chances they're creating. But what they're winning in is the fact that they're still going to make those chances count, even without them. But they're still struggling. Now that one off the post and cleared away. The MidTakes now getting some fortune, but that one left waiting in front of the net, and that's the last place you want to see that ball. Lotus 8 Nirvana double their lead to 2 as a gift from Rick leaves it right in front of Dave's front bumper.
You hate to see the kind of collapse of a defense. You could see it very early on there. It was shaky at best, and the continued pressure from Lotus 8 Nirvana really pressuring that. I mean, it was pretty brutal seeing their defense just crumble like that MidTakes. Otherwise, a pretty good team. You see their defense really tested, and they didn't pass that test. Dap trying to pass a test of offense here, maybe, as it is sent out again. Happy, big time clear, but Rick waits on it into his own corner. A pretty safe place to put it, unless you have Dave shooting on the net. Brilliantly saved away by Dap. But that shot was not something I saw coming. Thankfully for MidTakes, that is something Dap saw coming, as he's able to save away. 30 seconds left to find 2, though. MidTakes are on the wrong end of the field to do that.
Yeah, the offense not there as a shot comes in. It's Dave again. Finally finds that shot that he's been looking for from that corner. And it's 3-0 for Lotus 8 Nirvana off the sidewall. The MidTakes went all in on that challenge. They have to at this point. They have so little time left, but unfortunately, they didn't even get out of their own back corner. Lotus 8 Nirvana shut them down, and for the MidTakes, this series is going from bad to worse. They're going to be 2-0 down, and for Lotus 8 Nirvana, they're on match point in a series where if they win this in a sweep, they're going to be in a beautiful position as nearly a 4th goal just for good measure. Lotus 8 Nirvana playing with their food as we're going to go to game number 3, and this Nirvana side is just playing so much better in the midfield, so much more controlled, so much more thoughtful in their touches. They always have a secondary plan, and for MidTakes, they don't. They just don't have the ability to beat them here. One more goal will fall in. It comes from Locke, and for Lotus 8 Nirvana, that's the cherry on top for a beautiful Game 2 performance.
I mean, game one was good, but game 2 was great for Nirvana. Are you kidding me? Even with a 0-second goal as well. You said it perfectly. This series for MidTakes has gone from bad to worse. There's some real risk getting swept here. They went completely scoreless in game 2, which is of course a very bad look, especially if you lose game 1 by double your own score. But listen, Lotus 8 Nirvana are at real possibility of going 6-0 in the first 2 weeks. All they need is one more win here. MidTakes, though, I wish I could give them some kind of like, oh, here's what you need to do. You know, maybe play a little more defense or clean up your offense. But I am in absolutely no position to give any of these players any kind of advice, even from my casting booth here. I don't think I could pick out anything they could do better. I would say for the MidTakes, the best thing you could do is hope that Lotus 8 Nirvana start making mistakes, because if they don't, I don't think there's a team alive that could beat them the way they're playing right now.
But what MidTakes need to do is, ironically, actually, they need to give Dap more space. They need to open up that field a lot more. That midfield is just where they're getting shut down. Lotus 8 Nirvana recognizing how simple their playstyle is, because simply put, it's Dap who's moving up the field so often, and they rely so heavily on him that once he gets shut down, that offense, it loses its primary assist maker, the primary playmaker here, and without the playmaker, you're not going to get shots, you're not going to get chances. If you're the MidTakes, you're not going to get goals, and you're not going to get wins. So for them, they need to open up the space somehow, allow Dap more time to breathe, more time to get the plays that he likes, because once he gets space, he will create opportunities. It's just if he gets space in the first place.
Yeah, certainly will be a huge point of contention for MidTakes going forward. They're going to need to start making those changes right now, though. We are in the late half of the series at this point, especially look at the double flip reset from Locke. Oh my god, that was almost correct. But we are in the late half of the series, especially if Nirvana keep playing as they have been. That attempt from Dap will certainly set something up. Again, you said that playmaker, but look at the defense from behind. Lotus 8 Nirvana not letting anything pass. Dap has a nice tentative clear. Continued well by JT, and Dap up on it again. Happy there to defend it. No one will get the touch. Will roll uncontested into the corner. There's Locke. Keep Dap at bay. Nicely done there. Happy across as well. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Sporty, but Lotus 8 Nirvana are just defending everything very well. They're not letting Dap set up, like you said. That's kind of the biggest thing, is they've done a really good job of kind of isolating Dap's assist play.
Yeah, and for the MidTakes roster, it doesn't help with the fact that they also seem to isolate him a lot, because he's the only one who really does set up the plays for them. They rely on him so heavily. There's a reason why this team so heavily around Dap, and it just won't work against some of these other sides. As Lotus 8 Nirvana, Locke, how on earth did he get that much power on that shot? 93 kilometers in.
I mean, you can do it once, you can do it again. We've seen Locke all series long make it happen on the offense, but man, talk about 3 players who were just hot tonight. There's no surprise that Lotus 8 and Nirvana are winning this well in the series, given how they all seem to be hitting their stride. Here's one though for Dap Dap. Is it time, Sporty? Have the winds of change started to drift across the field as Dap Dap has come alive here in the very twilight hours of this match?
And I will say, while they did score, I do love the fact that Dave decided to go for a fake on his goal line. I can't believe he had the guts to do that. That is not where you do fakes, Dave, but my goodness, it almost worked for him too. For the Lotus 8 team, they were backed up to a corner again. Dap Dap's ability to use mechanics to set up plays. In this place, he just set it up himself. But again, even then, Lotus 8 finding ways to stop him, but again, finally he finds that breakthrough. He needs that chance, but it's Lotus 8 on offense again, and for the mid takes. They have not liked being here on all this series. They have had their difficulties stopping Lotus 8 from scoring. Lotus 8's going up again. Happy. Looking across the field for Dave. Left in the midfield. Rick bumped out, but Dap Dap with some open room. Happy chasing him down the field. And his touch will just be floated into the midfield. Great pressure from Lotus 8. They're the ones who made that chance so unpalatable for Dap Dap.
Yeah, again, they're doing a great job even on their own half of really shutting Dap Dap down. Like you said, the primary assist player not able to play his game. Maybe gonna get this double down though. Not quite. Well defended by Locke. Now Dave back all alone. Gonna have to tentatively defend that one out. Locke on it again, but Dap Dap waiting on it. Gonna have to get a falling 50. He does, but it doesn't matter. Dap Dap goes right through him. Happy now. Hunting for a clear in the worst way. Can you find it out? Little musty action there. Nice to see that one, Dave. Can't get that touch. Locke awkward in the backfield. Luckily, it is off the net into the corner again. Dap Dap keeps it offensive. Off the back wall now. A whiff from Dave might make things awkward. That is going to open up that net completely. I mean, Nirvana, their defense is looking a little bit weak in this game.
Yeah, that was a very strange whiff there from Dave. As you said, Lotus 8 Nirvana, they were looking to try to break out of defense there. They wanted to break out, and they were just so hasty to do it that they forgot you need to take the ball with you. And the mid takes. They're going to throw that ball right to the back wall, make things awkward for Lotus 8. And now Lotus 8, they've got to realize this series is still a series. They're still playing against this mid-takes roster, and they are not playing all that well anymore. That offense really struggling, but that defense struggling even more. The mistakes being exploited as the mid-takes holding a 1-goal lead, but it's a very fragile 1-goal lead. Lotus 8 will look to answer back as Dap Dap will find the clear. Now comes Happy, will keep it in the midfield, but it's a set-up field by JT. Dap Dap on the dunk, that's wide. Rick to the corner, Dap Dap waiting, 5 boost, looking for anything. He's got the doomsday dish, but that's Will say wide. JT off the post, Lotus 8 panicking, and that's going to fall in. It's Rick with the final shot as Lotus 8 play pinball on front of their own goal line.
I mean, there's a difference between bad defense and great offense. You know, just because you get scored on doesn't mean your defense did anything wrong. That was just pure offensive prowess from mid-takes. They refused to give that one up until they walked away with a goal. This is how they should have been playing all series long. It's certainly not too late for a reverse sweep. In fact, I think that's might be where we're headed if mid-takes can keep this level of offense up. They're just smothering that back line. This one sent across to JT. That's what I'm talking about. There's Dap Dap with the playmaker. Look at this pass across. Good Lord. Did he snipe his teammate here?
Dap Dap, the ultra assist maker, and if I'm not wrong, he might already have a playmaker award right now. Crouton, how many assists does he have?
Let's check. Give me just a second. He is on 2. He's just one.
He's on 2. He's just one shy. Well, I'm surprised.
Too.
You know what? He should have been given an assist for the goal that he scored off of his own play. So he does have a playmaker award, at least in my hearts. Here as the mid takes. Again, they don't care about the weird stat lines and stuff. We do, but they don't. They're just looking to get wins. And right now, Dap Dap finding more room to do what he likes, and he's almost got another chance. Lotus 8 Nirvana, that backline, all of a sudden feels very flustered, not so controlled, not so communicative as they did earlier this series. And the mid-takes are there to take full advantage of it. And Lotus 8, I do wonder what happened this game for them to have so many issues with that communication, because it is all of a sudden falling apart, and it feels like they're reaching for a lot more of what they don't have to go for.
Yeah, it is some very strange, kind of bad plays out of them. I mean, I'm really dumbing it down when I say bad plays, but realistically, that's what it feels like. Lotus 8 Nirvana just playing nervous for some reason, even though they're up 2 in the series. They will, I'm sure, 15 seconds, look for 3 goals. I don't think you're going to find it. That one was close, but again, the timing is just not in their favor. I will say, though, this will be the official first game loss of Nirvana. Again, 2 goals in 5 seconds. Theoretically, it's possible, and maybe I'm calling a little bit early, Sporty, but I mean, we got to give MidTakes their credit here.
Yeah, we do. We got to give MidTakes the credit. While Lotus Nirvana would love to have 2 goals in this time, it's just not likely. And as I said, their first game loss of the season here, they swept that week 1 opponent. And for this week, though, the MidTakes proving to be a much different battle. And again, they brought a lot more confidence in this game. I think once they noticed Lotus Nirvana are very human. This is a team that will make mistakes, will lift the ball, even in positions where you may not expect it. That gave them a lot more confidence to say, hey, we can beat this team. We can play up to this team, and they're doing exactly that in this series. So now, with Game 3 now being a MidTakes win, they're going to get 1 more goal in 0 seconds, because why not at this point? Just a little more confidence for them at the end of Game 3. We're going to Game 4 then for the MidTakes. As you said, they're fighting hard with the confidence. A reverse sweep is not off the cards.
I think it might be exclusively on the cards, honestly. That might be the cards we're being dealt, because MidTakes looked dominant that time around. It wasn't close. Even that 0-second goal for them, you know, we usually call that a garbage time goal. I'm gonna count that, because I mean, that was just pure offensive prowess from them. There it is though. Dap with the playmaker, 3 assists on the board, 1 goal of his own as well on 5 shots, 2 saves. That is a MVP performance if I've ever seen one. Certainly deserves the MVP title there. Going forward, I would be a little bit nervous for Nirvana.
Yeah, definitely, because now they realize this MidTakes team, once they give Dap the ball, once they get Dap space, that's when they strike, that's when they're their best, and that's when they can beat essentially almost any team in this grouping. Even teams as good as Lotus Nirvana, even teams like Lotus Nirvana, who should be at the top of this division, the MidTakes, they're going to need to continue to feed the ball to them and find openings for Dap to exploit on this Lotus 8 side. And, again, they're recognizing Lotus 8 are making more mistakes, and I think for Lotus 8, they're just not as careful anymore. They're recognizing that this MidTakes pace is getting stronger, this team is getting better, and generally speaking, when teams get better, their defense isn't going to hold up nearly as well. So for Lotus 8, under this kind of pressure, what do they have to adjust to this? Because this MidTakes time, they're not going to slow down. As JT, sideball, double tap, that one going on target, but it will be saved away by Dave. It's already offense for the MidTakes, and Lotus 8 Nirvana, not looking incredible on defense, but they look just good enough to keep those plays out.
Yeah, for now, it's all good on both sides defensively. Here's Dap, though, trying to shake things up in midfield. Dave, nice preemptive offensive touch there as Dap goes to clear it away. Still offensive, though, is Lotus 8, back where they are comfortable until that big-time clear from JT. Nice demo on the field, though, to take JT out of the equation. Then back to midfield now. Dap to keep it in. There is that playmaker spirit right there, keeping it in from that angle even. Yeah, right there, a falling 50 as well. This is a player who does not give up on offense. I don't think Dap knows how to go back for boost.
Dap, ironic because he's such a mechanical player, but he has such good boost control. I believe he's a really solid 1-for-1 player as well. So that's where that control comes from. It's a big mistake. Oh, Dave will get there. That one nearly cost his team a goal. Very, very simple mistake there. He just ran past the ball, but listen, Nirvana, they gotta be careful because it does feel like at times they're just a little bit careless on some of these plays and they get a little too comfortable. And they really can't be, because any mistake will be a MidTakes goal. And if the MidTakes get offense, if they get confident, it's only gonna make things tougher for Lotus 8, who right now are struggling just to get up onto the offensive half themselves.
Yeah, I mean, we're full 2 minutes in. No one has been able to break that back line for either team. Here's Dap, though, trying to get something in front of that. It does, but Dave, well defended there. Rick to keep this one in. And here's Locke to read this one out of the corner. Gets bumped, but he's still got the control on it. Maybe he can find the net. Not quite. A nice attempt there from Dave as well to slot it in past the defense. Couldn't quite find it, though. And this one is just going to roll free off the post. I thought it was in for sure. Bit of a missed opportunity there. The rare open net that MidTakes had to shoot on, and they could not close the gap there.
And as you said again, so scoreless, and these teams trying to find, the best chance they can at this point, trying to find quality players. As Dap, he's got it off the ceiling. My goodness, Dap, a beautiful double tap off the top there, and that is unsavable for Happy. The MidTakes go up by 1 in spectacular fashion.
If you're going to take a lead, that is the absolute way to do it. Right at halftime as well. Hopefully, for Nirvana fans out there, this halftime might bring some changes. Much needed changes for the last 2 matches. It has been all MidTakes all the time. Lotus 8 will be looking to reform themselves to their game 1 positioning as Locke tries to get that one offensive. All it will do is throw it, though. Rick has an opportunity. Can't get past Dave, though. Happy towards the net. Saved away again. 2 in the net. No trouble keeping that one away. Dap. Trying to get under there. Locke will get the touch over top. JT No trouble defending that one. Oh, it's a double from Dave. That is not what I expected from this exchange. I thought he's looking for a pass maybe. JT, nice little defensive touch there, but Dave from the sidewall picks that double. Are you kidding me?
That's incredible from Dave. I am speechless to see that. I mean, we've seen some pretty fast double taps, but that's insane because reminder, that's off of a challenge as well. He had so little time to react to that play. What was going to happen? And yet he had it. These players react so fast as now that net's open for Happy, and he's gonna take it. Lotus 8 Nirvana. What a turnaround.
I mean, two very quick goals here for them. That jump scare goal, you might call it, from Dave, and now they just drown the net in shots. Very well placed to go all the way to the right as well. They just had an all-hands-on-deck save on the opposite end of the net. Very well placed by the offensive player there. It'll do enough to get them up one in the later half of this game. Again, what could be the final match here if Nirvana can keep this up. Rick, it's a great clear there. Headed off by Locke, though, to midfield. Still up on it as well. Gets the touch. That is impressive. Happy goes for that one. Can't quite get it, though. The defense heading it off nicely. Here they are on offense again. Dap is just going to get one. Yes, no, it's double save. I can't even keep up. That triple save now if you count that one from Locke. They are having to do so much, Sporty, to keep Dap out of their box.
Yeah, and Dap, you don't like him when he's angry, when he's playing Mechie, because he will find ways to put the ball in. It's now a chance for Rick. The mid takes closing in on that net, but they can't beat Lotus 8 when they got everybody back. Now in comes Rick. That one high, a miss from Dave. Dap to go for it. Dave's got the stop there. Now JT. That one heavily hit, and it's almost in. Locke off the crossbar, and Lotus 8 Nirvana will keep it out. Locke was not ready to make that save, but he will get just enough on it. The mid takes still pushing upfield. Rick makes it. Dave will clear, but it goes straight to JT off the back wall. Locke trying to clear it wide, but it's only straight to Dap. Looking in the midfield, Dap, the best at making assists, and now a chance, a big Dap all by himself. Dap does it with 36 seconds left. Another goal for the highlight reel, and the mid takes are feeling incredible. That is a 1v3.
I mean, we've seen Nirvana do so much to keep Dap out. They had 3 saves in front of the net, back to back. But I mean, no matter how many people you throw at that ball, Dap's gonna get through eventually, and he might just do it again in the next 30 seconds unless this one finds its way in. Is well defended there. Dap, the last player on earth you'd want to have the ball if you're Nirvana right now. Here's Dave towards the net, saved away easily, of course, but still offensive as that one gets dropped. Right down, big time clear again, Happy into his own corner. Dap waiting there. Locke gets a really good touch to keep Dap out of the equation. Nice bump as well. Happy has some kind of offensive touch to the corner. Looking for a teammate maybe, but Dap again, the big time thorn in the side. Will count down this clock to an overtime question mark. It's still possible. Here we go, Sporty. Game 4 overtime. Will Nirvana close this out, or are we going to Champions Field?
Oh, what a way. If we were to go to Champions Field for this matchup, MidTakes only 1 goal away from doing it, and this is their chance. That one stopped off the kickoff, though. Lotus 8 Nirvana. This is when the defense has got to play well. It's had its issues this game so far. None more so than Dap himself, but this is a chance taken, and that defense will need to play well to get those opportunities. As Dap now, misclear, Happy. Almost got that one beat, but Dap will recover. The MidTakes still on the ball, but Locke trying to clear it away. Rick with space, Dap waiting, but he may not need him. A bump, that one rolling in front, but Dave will stay involved, and Lotus 8 Nirvana will keep this game tied for now. Dunk from Dap, that goes just wide. Lotus 8 Nirvana are surviving by a thread.
Hanging on by a thread, but they're on offense now. If they can get something going here, it's a nice clear though. Out of MidTakes, Dave having to go through his own corner once again. We've seen this little dance before in the corner. Can they actually get a clear out of this time? Locke all over this one. Gets a touch to Happy just wide of the net. That would have been one heck of a way to end it. Here's Dave, though, to try and keep it offensive. Down to Happy again. Happy has the shot on, but it was saved away, I think, at the very end. Either way, you know, whether it was off or saved away, it doesn't go in, but that's 2 very close passing plays. No way, is that it? Is that saved? Are you kidding me?
How? What in the world? That is insane. A Cyclone double tap. We've seen them go for it. Now a redirect. That's also kept wide. Some incredible defense. The MidTakes and Lotus 8 play on as nearly popping off on both ends of the field. Now comes Locke off the corner. His chance. No shot. In front. Cleared by Dap. The MidTakes have held the offense. But Lotus 8 Nirvana, if they can do it again, they can take the series. Rick to the corner. This overtime has all of a sudden got intense here. Crouton, and it's only going to get better. Is Happy looking to keep it away, keep it slow, get rid of that mid-takes pressure, but JT waiting, Dap won't be able to challenge in the midfield, and will be Lotus 8 to slow this game down and try to repick up the pieces as the mid-takes not winning the midfield so easily, but still finding room. Now Lock, Dap to the nets, saved by Dave, and Lotus 8 Nirvana expeditiously going on the field for another attack on that blue net.
I cannot believe how hot this overtime has been. It has been just at the net every single touch. This one sent to midfield. JT has to go for it. Nice 50 across. It's still offensive for now for MidTakes until this big clear comes through. Dap drops that one down to Rick. Here's Happy though to read it in midfield. Keeps it in play. Here it is back at the net though. Uh-oh, that's a demo saved away at the very last second by Locke. I think it might have been slightly off, but again, the defense reading these well. Dave almost getting bumped by Dap. Good speed, Locked there for a redirect. It's sent down. Is it going to be in? Saved again. Rick putting up Fort Knox numbers in the net. Good Lord.
I can't believe it's still out. Now Dap looking for a chance. I can't believe these defenses. We've had issues with the defenses so far this series, but no issues in this overtime. This has been a defensive battle every single step of the way, and somehow both these teams have won. I don't know how that happens, and yet it happens. Here's down JT. Chance to win. Happy. Another save on the goal line for Lotus 8. How many more of these do you get before you give up one? The mid-takes. Maybe they're the ones to give it up, though. Is Happy with free boost to the black wall. A shot coming in. It's Locked in for Dave. That one saved away by JT. The mid-takes, again, with solid backline defense. The numbers pile up, but the scoreline stays stable.
I mean, again, you mentioned it. These defenses have been so shaky throughout the series, but they have not made a single mistake. Either team. This has been unbelievable. We are approaching now 4 minutes straight of scoreless play, and that's not for lack of trying. This one down, though, doubled off the back. Is anyone there for the shot? Saved away again. How many times can this happen? We might be here for 10 more minutes. Dap to the back wall. Could be something dangerous. Happy, though. Gonna have to read that one pretty awkwardly. Rick gets over the top, does Happy. Back to net. There's Dap again. The last player you want to have the ball sent straight up by Lock. Flip, reset. Can't get past Rick, though.
Oh my goodness. This has been close, but it's Locked to end it. Lotus 8 Nirvana will take the series there. 4 minutes, 24 seconds, and simply put, it's one challenge that just goes behind Rick. Lock with the open goal for Lotus 8 Nirvana. Finally, they say, they take the series. It took them long enough.
I mean, we didn't get a game 5, but we got a game 5. You know what I'm saying? There was a full extra game almost in that overtime. Oh my God. Talk about a battle. That defense for both teams was worthy of a championship. Honestly, they could just take that defense on the road anywhere and do very well, but it will be Lotus 8 Nirvana eventually. Maybe a little bit too late, depending on who you ask, taking the series. They're on match point for the last 2 games, and they finally take it home. But man, what a game. That game 4, it felt like some kind of championship, and this is just a week 2 game.
It is only week 2. There's still 4 more. There's still, I think, 5 more weeks to go after this. So these teams got a long season to go. But that's the level you see at the Cyclone Cup. Again, some of these matches can be duds, but this is no dud. That overtime was insane. Lotus 8 Nirvana, very happy with that result, as they should be. There's no complaints, I'm sure, from them. You get the win that you want, and we're actually gonna get a little interview with these guys. But while we're doing that, I got that prediction poll sorted out for you here, and again, it's just. Again, what a series it is. We're actually going to get a little interview. Yeah, again, with Lotus 8. But if we take a look at our schedule, 3 more matches to go. That's only match 1. We still got 3 more. 100X Collision, taking on 100X Team Not Found. Then Aura versus Affinity Reborn. And Affinity Sapphire versus Akudama. We got some more co-casters coming later tonight. But for you, Croutondust, how was that? Your first taste of the Cyclone Cup. High-level action, and it definitely lived up to the hype.
Yeah, I mean, that was one heck of a match to start with, honestly. That's absolutely insane. Again, that overtime. It is up there with the favorite matches I've ever casted. That was just unbelievable. I know you'll have a little interview with the teams here, or the winning team, I imagine. But both teams, for sure, deserve a lot of praise for that. I mean, genuinely a championship level performance we just saw from both of them.
Yeah, exactly. I would have to agree as well. That was insane gameplay. It's some of the stuff that is so tough to do at this level. It's so tough to be consistent, and yet... again, you need to be if you want to be, part of the best. But Lotus 8 Nirvana, again, this is one of their opening matches of the season. They'll be happy, and they'll be joining us here. Dave, Happy, Locke, all three of them are joining in for a little interview. Congratulations on your win. It was a long series for you guys. That overtime must have felt like an eternity, but Locke, you guys eventually take it. How is this for a great opening matchup into your RLSS season? Again, it's the second week here, and already you're getting a feel for how this competition plays.
It's pretty fun. We're vibing out. Most of the time we come in with a very positive attitude. Today we took the first 2 games pretty seriously, and then we started to get a little lax in the third one. Probably we lost because Dap's crazy at the game. But yeah, then we brought it back toward the end of game 4.
Crouton, my guy.
Oh, do I get to ask a question?
I literally DM'd you alternate, and you said, and he's just here saying nothing.
Well, I don't read DMs. Okay, I do have a question though. I'm glad I've been given this platform. 3 of you. This is a question for literally all 3 of you. You ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
I have a Steam profile. I want you guys to sign
it. You ask this every single time. I love this. Crouton does. I'm so surprised. I didn't expect that, but
it's private, man. What?
Yeah.
If anybody looks at your profile and sees Dave's signature, they're gonna just leave.
They're gonna freak out. They're gonna say, "Who is this guy? Oh my god!"
Dave.
I do randomly sign people's Steams. Just watch out.
Well, again, if we continue on, that overtime was a long one. I think it was Locke who you're the one who scored it, right? That final goal, but
yeah, it would have been a lot shorter had my read gone in.
I was gonna say it was a close overtime.
Oh my god!
There was some insane shots, some insane plays. You mentioned that sidewall double tap nearly going in, but for you, Dave, coming into this series again, but as setting roster for Lotus 8 Nirvana. Again, I mentioned this is actually your first match together as a team in this season. So, you guys being kind of thrust into RLSS, you didn't have time to prepare for this league. What is it like now? What are your thoughts on the league now that you've been able to play a series?
We played a series before this.
Oh, you did? Oh, you did play week 1.
Yeah.
They're a different name.
You guys just changed names. I thought it was a completely different roster.
Lotus Zenith had some.
It was supposed to be a different roster.
Yeah.
I see.
I
got it.
We did get thrown in last week.
Yeah.
Without knowing what was going to happen.
Still, Dave, the question goes to you as well. Even so, kind of getting used to this season and getting used to RLSS again. And I know Lotus 8 is pretty new to this league, so for you guys being kind of part of the inaugural teams, it's you guys and the Lotus 8 Esports main roster playing in this league. What is it like, playing against this kind of competition, especially in a league again that you guys don't know that well?
Hey, that's all you, bro.
Oh, that's me. All right. Well, we do take this pretty seriously. It's one of our kind of bigger events each week that we take. So I would definitely say we come in prepared as best we could. Last week was a little rough. But we managed to take it, and now I know it's best of 5s. So we should be doing a little better now.
Well, I think I'll take this opportunity to ask a real question now. And
Okay.
then this is for anyone who wants to answer it. Obviously, that overtime was crazy, but with the defense that the other team had, I mean, MidTakes was just kind of blocking everything for 4 minutes straight. No one could get through either team.
Yeah.
But was there ever a point where you guys were getting a little worried, like we thrown everything at them? What else could we do, or was it pure confidence the whole time? Was there ever a point where you were a little bit scared?
There was one time on defense where I think Happy was a 0, and
Yeah.
you just hit the ball up in the air, and Dap was hauling ass toward it, and I kind of got worried. I thought it was about to be Jover for us. I'm not gonna lie.
I had full faith in Happy.
Dap's pretty solid. Dap's pretty solid. I've seen this guy play a ton, but
Really
of course,
good.
Happy. We'll ask you this question as well. This is only week 2. You guys got 5 more weeks in the regular season. It's go for actually only 4 more weeks actually, because you have a bye in week 7. But so you got 5 more weeks to go after this, and you got some pretty insane matchups to play against. Like No FF is playing. You got to play Orlando Outlaws, Metallic Esports Black, Midwest Mafia Black. All these teams really solid. So for you, Happy, you guys are one of the favorites, but to stay at the top of the league, that's really tough to be consistent. So what are you guys going to do? Just stay consistent, to stay a top tier team.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, considering it's a new league and we don't really know our opponents too well, I mean, all we can really do is just try to play our best and hope it all goes well at the end of the day. Because at least as long as we're trying our best, we're pretty happy with our results. If we feel like we played well and we lost to a better team, it is what it is. We'll learn from it.
to hear that again. Congrats on your win, though. A 3-1 win. We actually have another series
Thank you.
coming up really soon, so I actually can't hold you guys for too much longer. But of course, before we go here, we're gonna get some shoutouts as we seem to do always on the stream. So let's start with Dave. Is there any shoutouts you have? Any statements? We'll go for all of you guys. But Dave, is there anything you want to say?
Yeah, so I'm actually Dave. Period on Steam. Come add me. I need people to play with. Lock and Happy are boring.
Wow.
So I accept all ranks.
I'm deleting your sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy, you got any shoutouts?
Shout out to my mom.
Yeah.
She got me into games when I was young. Shout out.
Yeah, I don't really go follow my TikTok, IHY_lock. And
Oh yeah.
are we
Get some
playing
bangers
Lotus
on there.
Are we playing Lotus 8 main at all?
Nope, not this. No, not in the regular season.
Aw.
If you
Oh,
guys want to play like a
I
show
played
match
with
against
Naya.
them, you want to play a
Oh,
show match
yeah.
against them, get it on my stream. I will stream that. Don't worry.
Yes. Night, yeah,
Just,
be ready.
just DM me.
Yeah.
Just DM
Yeah,
me. I will
Night-
stream Lotus 8 Nirvana versus Lotus 8 Esports. I will do that. Just tell me.
I'm gonna wager Lev's moderator status in 6 minutes.
That's fine. You guys do whatever you want to do in that matchup. But again, if you want to stream that match, by all means do so here. But again, thanks for joining us here. Lock, happy day. Congratulations. Lotus 8
Thank you.
Nirvana with a 3-1 win. Is there again, just again, thanks for saying some final words here before you guys go. I just want to say again, congrats on your win. And it was nice to actually meet you guys your first time on the stream. But again, have a good night, guys. Hopefully we'll see you again in the future in this league. But again, take care and again, have a great night.
You as well. Have a good night.
You too.
And that was Lock, Happy, and Dave. They're out of Lotus 8 Nirvana, a 3-1 win, but Crouton, obviously. We're going to go to a break very soon, but before we go, any last things you want to say? Any messages you have to say for people out there? Because, again, you won't be joining me for this next series.
Yeah, I'll be going off on my own here in a little bit, but I actually do have one shout out to make. Juicyberg is in chat. Juicyberg, the original Steam sign. The only person I've ever asked that actually went and did the Steam sign. But I just wanted to check, because Juicyberg is in this very same Cyclone Cup as well. I'm going to wish all the luck in the world to Juicyberg and his team. I mentioned how big of a Juicyberg fan. Ever since that Christmas Bonanza stuff with Taquito, I'm #1 stockholder in Juicyberg Inc. Best of luck to Juicyberg and all of his future endeavors. That's all I want to say.
Well, again, thanks so much for joining here, Croutondust, and thank you all so much for watching this matchup. Up next, 100x Collision versus 100x Team Not Found, a best of 5 series part of LOS Champs. We'll be off to a quick break. We'll be right back. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Sportiest stream here. Nice to see you all. We've got a pretty big 125 matchup here. Two teams from the same org playing against each other. Thunderx Collision. Next team not found. Well, this is our only RLSS match that's not RLSS match here on the stream tonight. It's still RLSS team, so I guess in a way it is like RLSS, but this is a different league. This is LOS Jams. Collision are actually 3-0. Team not found are 2-1. They lost to Team Thunderx Eternal in week 1. Collision have not lost yet, but match is one that's going to be interestingly close, because for Team Not Found, they may not have the better record, but I've seen this team play, and they're probably favored actually against Collision from what I've seen from these sides, but it is going to still be close. Team Not Found, a new roster as well, and adding Stitch, replacing Scotty, so, and this team making some changes, making some moves. An interesting place to be here, but again, what a match this should be here, a best of 5 series. Then, earlier tonight, we saw Lotus 8, Nirvana make on the MidTakes, beat them 3-1. It was actually a long series because I had a 4.5-minute overtime at one point. That's how that series went. Later tonight, we'll have Orb versus Affinity Reborn, and Affinity Sapphire versus Akudama. After this, again, we'll be halfway through our match tonight. Sorry about that. My computer wants to tell me something. That's not a good time to do that. Again, for now, it's Thunderx Collision versus Thunderx Team Not Found. You're in a best of 5. Collision, it looks like they're going to Patty, Eclipse, and Ohm playing tonight. Team Not Found. Again, it should be Jay, Hockey, and Stitch, which again, if you guys should recognize Stitch. He was on, I believe, Chroma at one point, so solid player. He definitely plays at a high level. And for now, trying to get things sorted out is Alligatorsaurus going to co-cast tonight one of these. Yeah, he is. He's actually at the last match tonight, that 11 p.m. matchup with Akudama and Affinity Sapphire. He'll be joining me for that one. So yeah, he will be joining me. I actually was able to get him to join me. You say Alligatorsaurus? Okay, that's pretty funny. Alligatorsaurus. Oh, okay, that's a new one. Hello, bananas. Yes, he will be joining me tonight. Here is Prediction Poll is live. Next Collision again, taking on Team Not Found. Both for you, will take this one. Gonna match up where Collision wins on record, but Team Not Found have been on the stream a ton. We know how solid this team is, and adding in Stitch is only gonna make this team better in a lot of different ways. He's such a solid all-around player. For a Team Not Found, the real thing for me is, you know, he's still a new addition, Stitch, and you know, how's he gonna play here on the rosters? My throat is is dry right now. What happened to my? I drink some. Time to get a drink. Goodness. I don't know why my throat is so dry. There we go. Hopefully that will help me out a little bit here. As again, we'll get into this second series of the night. It says, welcome in from Patty. Thank you for the follow, Patty. Good luck in the match here. Part of the next Collision roster. Again, they haven't actually made too many changes either. It's, again, Ohm Eclipse, Tiny still on, but Patty being that newest addition. Again, Team Not Found. They should be here any moment. We're actually going to see them as well later on this week when they play against Blue Lock on Saturday, so definitely get him in for that. As again, a series. I'm excited for this, and again, we'll see how things go here. And again, Collision are 3-0. Actually, I'm gonna figure out who did they beat previous weeks. Week 1 Collision. They beat Milky Militia Emerald. Actually seen that team before. And they beat New Age. They actually went to game 5 against New Age. New Age is solid, so not too surprised. After that, Collision beats Blind Fire Legion. We've seen that team as well, actually. That team's probably changed, but schedule so far has been interesting. It's definitely been a mix of interesting teams, but that New Age matchup, definitely a tense one. For Team Not Found, again, their one loss coming to Eternal was in week 1. It was a game 5 loss, so, and they've had a rough time there. Eternal is solid, though. And then a game fight went over Wild Wild Wet, so Wet Esports is aside. And then they had a studio sweep over the 100X Goons, so they actually already beat another 100X team in the Goons last week. But this week, be a little different. It's playing against a Collision team that is right now undefeated. We're gonna get things sorted up and ready to go for will be an insane best of 5 match. Get your predictions in. Prediction poll is still, going here, is still live, so get your votes in on who you think will take this one. As we're just gonna, again, I'm just gonna make sure we get the stream set up and ready to go. Here we go. Yep. Good. Checking. Yep, we're good to go. So, as soon as Team Not Found is in, we're good to get things started. Again, we've seen this team on the stream a ton. And adding in Stitch now a different thing here as we'll see how here is hello Hockey. Stitch is going to perform. I hope he will. Be a good series that way. Again, I know Stitch can play pretty well. He's super consistent. So, dude's really improved since I first saw him. Maybe one of the most improved players in the 125 organization. Again, against the Collision side who have that chemistry, it's going to be a very, very tough matchup. A very difficult series for Team Not Found to take easily here. Hopefully, again, that Team Not Found side will actually be joining any moment. There they are, Stitch, Jay, Hockey, all in here. For a best of 5, 100X Collision takes on their brothers and 100X Team Not Found. One side undefeated. The other one has lost in week 1. Collision on the blue. Team Not Found on the orange. And the Team Not Found, they look to try to knock down Collision from their high pedestal. But it's going to be a tough matchup. Collision deserve to be in this division. Team Not Found, though, they've been here. They've played at this division so often. They are the ones, I think, that have the slightly higher rank here. But rank doesn't mean too much in this matchup. This Collision definitely has the ability to beat this team, especially the fact that Team Not Found are getting used to playing with Stitch a little bit more. And they were, again, this Team Not Found team, if you remember anything about them, you'll know they're a very pass-oriented team. They love to find assists and plays to each other. All what Collision's going to do is going to have to be shutting down those passing lanes. Maybe exploiting Stitch and his newness. He's not going to be nearly as recognizable with these passes, but maybe I spoke too soon because already he's throwing one to assist to Hockey. And Team Not Found with goal number 1 here. As Stitch with a drop down Hockey with the thank you in chat. That could not have been placed much better for him. And a good start for Team Not Found. Stitch, again, he's the real question mark. If he plays well, this Team Not Found side will be dominant in this series. It's going to be tough for Collision to beat them because Team Not Found definitely have that more, I think, peak potential with their chemistry and their passes. And Collision do, but consistency-wise, that's a different question. Right now, it's Team Not Found who do have that early strike, and now looking for goal 2. Jay stopped by Eclipse, but it's Stitch with an open goal. And how in the world you missed that, I won't know. But for Team Not Found, they will have to just double back and keep it away. Jay, Stitch with a challenge on Patty. 100X Collision, jumping forward is Eclipse. He's got it, and Collision will tie it up. That ball bouncing in the midfield. I don't know how on earth Eclipse and I'm still able to make that play work because that was a double commit. As how is this free? I don't know, Monkey Shines. Probably because I don't charge people for stuff. But yeah, but a big match. I'm excited to see this. We have not seen many battles like this before where two teams play against each other, but we have seen it before. The last time we saw it might have been Laplace versus El Canton back in the Amateur Gaming League like a good many months ago. It's been a while since we've seen two teams play against each other, and when they do, it's a battle of the offenses. As now in comes Hockey. A long-standing player who's been on this stream a ton, who gets that dunk on Eclipse, forces the ball in. And for Team Not Found, this will allow them to take their lead right back to keep themselves going. Again, a back-and-forth battle is now the kickoff for Collision. Again, I must say I am impressed with Collision. I know how good this Team Not Found side is. Collision, they have so much work to do to play up to them, and yet they are doing so right now here. They're really taking advantage of so many of these plays. They're getting a lot of dunks. They're, again, utilizing chemistry, utilizing pace to really catch Team Not Found in positions where they aren't actually covering all that quickly and where they don't expect Collision to play so fast towards. And yet Collision Again, using that speed to find openings, to find holes, and exploit them. As like here, this touch from the glitch, completely wide open, but he won't be able to make much of it. As Stitch on the ball, we'll leave it in the midfield. A free clear for Patty. Jay, challenged by 100X. As now Stitch jumping the flip reset from Stitch. Now he's gonna shoot this one. He's got under Patty, and Team Not Found will take a 3-1 game lead. As a little flip reset from Stitch, fakes up high, and Patty jumping that way. He'll go low. He'll fake it under him. But Team Not Found again. The question was, how is Stitch going to play? Well, 1 goal, 2 assists is a pretty solid performance from him. He's playing exceptionally well. He's actually the glue for this team at this point. He's keeping Team Not Found together. Again, but being that kind of consistent player, if that's the kind of role he's playing, he is the perfect player for it. His consistency will allow this team to stick together through even the toughest of moments. But for Team Not Found, they've got to do this consistently. They've got to do this continuously. A Stitch to Jay. That one just wide. Team Not Found continuing just to shoot really early here. This is a team, unlike the older roster when they had Scotty, was a lot more interested in trying to make good plays, not so much shoot early. They're a lot more interested in that this series, that's for sure. At least with Stitch added on. There's a lot more of a sense of urgency from them, and again, it changed up that offense. It's a little bit more unpredictable at times. One that's a lot more chaotic. These players playing well too. It is now Jay jumping. He's got goal 4 there for his team. That was not a question. If Jay was going to score it, you know he's going to score it off of that touch. It's just a interesting play from Ohmster. I don't think he knew Jay was back, because if he did, I have a feeling he would not have done that. A giveaway there from 100X Collision, and Team Not Found dominating game number 1 so far. There's open chances create open goals, and open goals are ways that Team Not Found will take games against any team, especially Collision, who right now just are not as solid at scoring all those chances on offense. You got one here, Eclipse to Ohm. He'll be cleared away. As Patty now off the ceiling. Stitch will keep Ohmster out as Eclipse jumping, but still 100X Collision, who are meeting the 100X Team Not Found defense, which again is consistent. This team is consistent. The way to beat Team Not Found is not going to be waiting for inconsistency. They don't have that too often. It's going to be able to shut them down on the offensive style that they want to go for, that heavy pass-oriented play style. Team Not Found giving no room to work with as Jay, the flip reset. Eclipse trying to clear it back, but in comes Stitch off the side wall. Here comes Hockey, beat by Patty. 100X Collision. Send that ball away. Still only 1 goal this game. It was an opening goal. Well, it was an early one, but ever since then, their offense has been struggling as that shot wide. Jay to follow. And that's going to be his 2nd of the game, his team's 5th. If Team Not Found at this point, they've already secured this game. They're just rubbing it in here and really making Collision fear for their series lives. It's undefeated, 3-0 side in Collision. They may not be 3-0 very long in this series if they cannot seem to stop this Team Not Found team from scoring. 30 seconds to go. Team Not Found looking for goal 6. At this point, it's unnecessary, but again, it's a message to Collision early on that they are going to play this dominant every single game. They want to give this Collision side exactly what they want to give them. They want to give them a message that's going to make them fearful. And so far, they've done well with that, as that play nearly setting up Hockey in the midfield. Team Not Found, though, won't get their 6th goal. It's a Collision side who will get this ball away, waste every second left. They won't take game 1, but at the very least, it's going to be Team Not Found who will take this game, as actually they are going to get a 6th goal. Hockey's got an open net. And it's Team Not Found to take game 1 in dominant fashion. Again, 2-1, they only lost to Eternal. You know how good this Team Not Found side is, and with Stitch coming in, he's allowing this team to be a lot more chaotic, a lot more unpredictable. He's mixing in just some great consistency in the midfield that this team already has, but could always use more of. Only game number 1, but with how Team Not Found is playing, it's a long game 1. Collision's got to stop them here. Because when it came to shots, it was 8 shots for Team Not Found. They scored almost every single chance they had. And for a Collision, it just feels like they're the lesser team in this matchup. And I mentioned how their chemistry is not one that's going to beat Team Not Found if Team Not Found plays their style. And right now, Team Not Found have the space to play their style, and they're doing it. need to see, how they're going to stop this. How they're going to be able to allow their chemistry to take control. And here we go. Going into this next game here. It is Team Not Found with the series advantage, but the series still has a lot more to go for Collision. If they can answer back, that game one could be muted and canceled out. A tough question for Collision, especially after losing game one so badly. Really not ever standing a chance in that matchup to begin with. This is again a reset for them. Clean slate, a 0-0 scoreline for them to make new things, but already chances coming from Team Not Found, and they're not slowing down their opportunities on offense. It's a conveyor belt of shots, but again, that one goal is really all that Team Not Found need to get themselves back to that scoring consistency they had in that game one. Collision are going to be a tough team to take that against, though, especially again with their probably newfound confidence to, shut down Team Not Found as best they can. Hopefully a little bit of fury, I think, for them as well after that game one being such a one-sided battle. This Team Not Found right now, who are playing the defense, they'll clear it out. As Omster waiting Eclipse in the midfield as Jay's got a free shot, and that one hit in by Stitch. The newest addition for Team Not Found has been playing excellently so far, and it's another great play that he just goes at 50, sets up Jay. He didn't need that final touch, but he'll take it anyways. It's his goal now. Team Not Found will have the lead. And 100x Collision again struggling to put points on the board. But here comes Jay. Up is Hockey already. That should be goal 2. Wide Stitch into the top left corner. And 100x Team Not Found not slowing down off the back wall. Free touch for Hockey. He won't score, but Stitch definitely will. Team Not Found at this point, again, that offense more dominant. They're playing the Collision playstyle, but better. They're more consistent on the passes. They're more consistent on the chemistry. And they're just more consistent as a team. Next Collision are meeting their match here. This match is one that's speeding them in every single way possible. And now Stitch nearly made it goal 3. Bill ahead wide, but again, there's going to be again some huge questions on Collision on how they're going to even get a lead in this series and keep it close. Just feels like, again, their offense just not as creative, not as strong, not pushing through. A lot more resistance from Team Not Found as well. Collision. Some chances on offense. And that one left in the midfield, but again, they are not scoring their opportunities. Here's a chance. That one easily kept out by Jay. 100x Collision is trying to create offense, trying to create opportunities. But they aren't getting that breakthrough they need. Now comes Patty. Hockey, the backflip, Stitch, jumping, pushing it through. Half the game already gone, and it's Team Not Found who are slowly taking it away, as that's a giveaway to Jay from point-blank range. He'll never miss that chance, and for Team Not Found, again, it's a one-sided affair. Collision cannot keep up. It's the Team Not Found side who are giving them a battle. Collision are probably going to remember for a good while here. They're getting outclassed by a team who does the chemistry better. Again, no, Team Not Found, their only loss was against the 100x Chrono, who we saw in the stream. We know how good that team is. That's the Junior Diaz, Chrono, and Blump roster. That roster's been around for a long time, so it feels like chemistry becoming more and more of a factor on these 135 sides, and it should be as Hockey. Double tap in front for Stitch, and Patty will block it as that shot was weak, and Collision should be able to score on this play as Olmster's got an open net, and Patty will put it in. That should have been a goal for Team Not Found. They'll pay the price. As an overcommit leaves that net wide open, Olmster and Patty will link up and score. The Collision is their first goal of this game, but it came at a mistake from Team Not Found. I'm still not convinced by how Collision is playing. It feels like they're still missing that extra little bit that they can do to be better. This Team Not Found roster. But admittedly, that one goal closer to keeping this game, in their, trying to keep this game in their favor. Still, they're 2 goals away with 2 minutes to go. Not impossible, but definitely not easy. As Omster fires it! Well, now they're making themselves opportunities. A pass in the midfield, shielded by Patty. And again, he faked this one. He was making Team Found wait. They had to expect maybe a shot from Omster or a flip reset from Patty. They'll give it to Omster. It's a great shot. Powerful in. And Collision. Only 1 goal away from tying this game up. This one all of a sudden getting very close, very intense here for both these sides. Team Not Found had so much control already this game, but seeing Collision on these quick offensive breaks down the field, getting the space they need is now another chance. Hockey will keep it off the back wall. Stitch will send it away. Still Stitch off the corner. Stitch. He'll actually eventually could have gotten the read on that. Patty didn't have it, and now Jay tapped down in front. Patty and Omster both jumping, wasting their boost, and the Collision. It was a great chance to break out. Team Not Found still slowing them down, but it's rep on Patty. That's off the crossbar. Team Not Found are not blocking those infield passing attempts. For a team who's done so well at getting them, it's surprised that they're not, recognizing what Collision is doing. Collision are just going to continue to do it here, so long as it finds success. And there's a chance from Patty. Double tap. He's got the chance, but he won't have the boost to make it happen. And under a minute to go. Team Not Found definitely feeling the nerves here. You can tell they're very antsy. They're not as comfortable anymore on that back line. A 1 goal difference will do that to you. As Patty going just wide, Jay will pre-jump onto it. Still Collision on the ball, but a double commit will give Hockey open room to set this play up for Jay. But Patty will reach it. Still Hockey. Shot. Stopped by Omster. And Team Not Found will take their time. Seconds to go. A Collision have scored the last 2 goals straight, but they need 1 more to tie this game up to go to overtime. It's in front. Patty, the chance needs to go in at 0 seconds. Omster, shot, score at 0 seconds. Collision tie the game up, and we go to golden goal opportunity. What a play, what a pass. Omster so close to the ground, but it will be just enough. And for Collision, they made the comeback happen now. Only 1 goal away from completing it. Team Not Found scored the first 3 goals. Now Collision scored the last 3. Team Not Found, if they score here, they take match point, but the possession and the pressure and the momentum all against them right now. It's Collision who hold the keys to success at this point. Team Not Found look to keep up at this in this play, but Stitch chance there will be stopped by Patty J. Creativity on offense for Team Not Found. It's starting to be a little bit more stressed out, a little more panicked. A Collision. Oh, they're the ones panicking. This net's wide open. Stitch, shoot, saved there by Patty, but Collision almost shot themselves in the foot on that play. Doesn't get much more downright absurd than that than just giving the ball away right in front of your nets. Be fortunate that Team Not Found didn't have a better opportunity waiting in hand. As Jay. Hockey waiting on the ball. Yes, the clear. Over a minute gone already in this OT, but it's Team Not Found who are playing controlled offense, even though again, the momentum's all against them, it feels. It is them who are not panicking. It is them who are just playing with the punches. It is them who really do want to take match point here, topple this undefeated Collision side in this LOS Champs weekly matchup. As Hockey off the back wall, second touch, Omster, stop at Stitch, dispute, and he's got it past the last defender. Team Not Found will take this game in overtime. It was longer than expected, but Stitch, his hat trick completed. And just a smart deft touch goes behind Patty. Only 1 goal away from taking Collision down, from sweeping them in this matchup, but that game was far too close for Team Not Found's liking. Collision came back with a vengeance. It was Team Not Found who had a very long stretch of just goallessness. They really can't afford that here going into game 3, because if they do it again, if they have that issue, Collision's going to take many more opportunities. Team Not Found, their whole playstyle right now is just to stay calm, try to focus on themselves. Maybe good things will happen from it. So far, though, series has gone in Team Not Found's favor. One game away from taking the series here and from beating the undefeated Collision side. Collision definitely their toughest match so far this season. And that's a way to respond to it. Patty, 8 seconds in, my goodness. He went for that challenge and he still stayed in the play off this back wall. I just can't believe he got the video and he shot it under Stitch because Stitch covered that play. What a shot. That's impressive. Collision. That's a goal they'll be happy with. A lead for them. Now Team Not Found have to play in a more comeback-like style, but it's Jay nearly found the offensive chance they needed. And that offense from Team Not Found struggled at the end of last game. His passes from them aren't as, well, they weren't as quality at the end of last game than they have been for this team in the past in this series. Feels like a team that's a lot more willing to just clear the ball, send that ball away. It's a lot more, I would say, even traditional for teams. Again, those passes are what makes this Team Not Found side that strong, that's scary. Need to see that reborn in this game if they want to take the series here and take it in a very confident style. Still 4 minutes to go. Collision. In the midfield is Patty, but Hockey will stop it now off the sidewall. An easy clear for Eclipse. Collision waiting with Patty, but Jay will beat him. Now he's got a second touch going to the goal, but Omstar will stop. Still left in front by Patty. Stitch. And that's a big whiff and a commit from Hockey, though. Team Not Found. They've ran out of resources on offense. And it will be them who have to sit all the way back. As Jay, 2 touches. Now a dunk on Omster. That one for Jay. It's open. And he just couldn't sneak it past Patty. Still Jay. Zero boost. Stitch jumping on. And it will be a clear as Hockey. Will he get to it? No, he won't. An overcommit for Team Not Found. They're not the kind of team to do it, but you've seen this game, them start to really force these chances out of a Collision. And you just can't afford to do that. Collision's second goal of the game. And for Team Not Found, it's a team that is just not playing patience. They're getting opportunities, but they're trying to rush these plays. They're trying to force these plays in. And Jay Hockey should know, playing at the level that they have on this team for so long, you aren't going to win by trying to force goals. You're going to win by letting the play kind of go your way and trying to control the offense yourself. And Stitch, a dunk, is that in? Oh, no way. No way. Oh, my goodness. How on earth does that fall in for Stitch? It's a 4-2 and it's 50-50. That just came out of nowhere, out of left field, but Team Not Found will take anything at this point. This has been a very slow start for them. Again, Stitch has been leading the charge on the scoring. Jay and Hockey better be thanking him because without Stitch, they are in a lot of trouble here. Collision have looked like a more well-rounded offense as of late. They just haven't been able to stop Stitch from being that goal-scoring player. He had 3 goals last game, and a couple in game 1. Collision still have not been able to find an answer for how Stitch is playing, and now Jay looking downfield. Stitch was waiting, but won't be able to get to the answer of that one. As now Jay looking at trying to slow down Collision. Do so is Stitch to challenge. Low boost. Get in the corner with Collision. They look for the clear as Patty out quickly. Omster beat by Jay. Eclipse is bumped out as Jay leaving it. It's bouncing to the goal. Patty! Oh, he's missed it! Just enough on it, though. That was scary for Patty. I don't think he realized just how close that was to his net. By the time he did, he had to jump to that one in an awkward position. But Collision, it's not going to go against them, at least for now. Not Found, still searching for offense as Stitch. First touch, second touch. Eclipse already up for it. Double commit, will pinch it up field for Team Not Found. Patty won't get there in time as Hockey to Stitch. This net is wide open, but they won't get their chances. Collision will get rid of the opportunity for now. Here comes Hockey and another overcommit. Why on earth is Jay and Stitch both on the back wall? And it will be Eclipse to score on it. Team Not Found, I mean, they're just doing this to themselves at this point. Stitch and Jay do not communicate with each other. That is 2 players sitting on the same back wall. And you need to have defense at this point. Team Not Found, they're doing this to themselves more than anything else. A second to goal that's resulted over an overcommit from this side. And at this point, I just don't think they're learning. They aren't respecting Collision. They're going to respect them a lot more after this game because you cannot and should not ever make those mistakes against Collision. They're going to score every single time. A team not found. They're not a team that's, at least in the past, was known for those mistakes. They're pretty good at, again, being patient, recognizing they can't force things. This game, a whole different meaning. From the very beginning, it felt like they were trying to prove something. They don't have to prove anything, because right now, they just need to calm down. They're letting Collision beat them down here by just the virtue of their own bad performances. Collision is having no issue, though. They'll take every goal they get. They'll take every chance they have to really nail a message here to Team Not Bound to let them know that they cannot play this way again. Right now for Team Not Bound, this is a pretty ugly performance from them. This is not the Team Not Bound I recognize, who, you know, got second place in last season in the Rocket League Splash Series Surge Cup. The Grand Finals, only losing to New Age Octane. It's a Team Not Bound that just is overcommitting a lot more, is trying to force a lot more offense, and is not finding nearly the same kind of chemistry that we know this team has found already this series. We'll get a goal back. It's not quite over yet for Team Not Bound. I've been pretty negative about this team. Fortunate thing is, they're up 2 on the series right now. They can give up this game and still be in a very good position. Less than 30 seconds ago, they still actually have a chance of coming back in this one. It's going to require some incredible offense. Stuff that's very tough to create in this little amount of time. Already not off to a great start here as they're playing on their own back line. Cleared away. Patty will send it back. Jay will react to it. Team Not Bound, though. Not able to break out as this one. In front, Stitch jumping. He won't get the touch, and Patty will send in another goal. 100x Collision should take game 3 there. We're going to Utopia Coliseum for game number 4. And for Team Not Found, I think this is quite possibly the weakest I've seen this team play. This is not a very pretty performance. It's just a lot of simple mistakes they're making. A lot of mistakes that you should not be making if you're Team Not Bound. A lot of it comes down to that offense, comes down to that mentality. They're trying to force plays, and it's causing them more harm than good. For them, actually, I recommend taking this kind of in-between game a little bit of time to sort of relax. Gotta calm yourself down, because I think for Team Not Found, they just got a little bit stressed in that game, trying to force those goals in. Hey, the only advice I'd give them is just to slow down, to calm down. Because ultimately, Collision scored a lot of those goals because Team Not Found gave them open nets. Well, again, credit to Collision just scoring those. For Team Not Found, they have the advantage. They still have that advantage in the series. They just need to make better on it. Going here into game number 4, Collision. Still hope for them to keep that undefeated record. They have to make a reverse sweep to do so. This Team Not Found giving them quite the battle so far in this 100x35 matchup. Up for Team Not Found. This roster trying to prove that last game was just a fluke for them. They won't make those same mistakes again. Collision. They're going to show that it's not the mistakes that allowed them to take that last game. It was them playing well, and it was a lot of just great offense. Again, either answer could be what we see here in this game, but you know, a lot of it's going to come down to how Team Not Found does play. Are they able to regain after that rough game 3 defeat? This is their time to do so. This is their time to see if they can get an early score, an early goal to arrest their fears. You know, putting on some quick, just slow chances here on the Collision back line that's not phasing them all that much. Be clear outwards will mean that Jay will have the block, but at 0 boost, he won't be able to challenge. As Patty wars the net, Stitch ends it out, but they will not be able to receive it. Here comes Hockey now. Jay jumping, looking for the redirect. Patty will stop him. As Team Not Found, slowly they're making their way upfield again. Stitch to Jay. What a pass! That one off the post. Team Not Found got so close. But it's not going to cut it for them. It was great chemistry, great communication. On that passing play to recognize each other's openings, but they're going to need to find another play like that one if they want to beat Collision. And Stitch, your side rotation will run into Jay. Have the dunk, but Team Not Found are not ready. Again, after that bump from Stitch, it has slowed everything down from this Team Not Found side. But it's still Team Not Found pushing up. Stitch in the midfield. Hockey won't have it. Patty. Jay keeps it out. Next Team Not Found playing the defense though. Great pre-jump from Stitch. But Patty to go for it. And another stop as Stitch will keep him out. Ammo from Collision. Looking to open up spaces. Jay, the last one back. Waiting on the respawn from Hockey, who will look to get to this ball. But Obster will beat him. Collision. Playing with that pace. We didn't see them have so easily in Game 1, but we see them now have here in Game 4. On offense, they're winning so many challenges up right in front of that net. To get those free shots, it's tougher against Team Not Found. A lot of what Collision did that did work well was those info passes far out away from the net. In this game, I still think it's still working for them. Stitch, challenged by Omster. Eclipse, that's a great shot. Double from Team Not Found. That should be a goal. Chance in from Eclipse. Still going. This one easily kept out by Stitch as that shot weak. Team Not Found panics on the back line, but they will hold strong for now. 2 minutes left in this game. Still no goals scored. And whoever gets this first one, that's going to be a monumental lead for either side. The question is, who will it be? Both these teams really have made good cases for themselves. Only one team can do it. Team Not Found, wanting it to be them. The offense has been limited, but a shot from Hockey. Oh, and I just don't know why he tried to control it there. That net was there for him, but he won't take it. Do it away again. Team Not Found, playing on the defense. A big miss there. Omster the Patty, it's wide open, and that's going to be a goal for Collision. And simply put, Jay on 50 boost. He's got to jump for that earlier. A lack of respect from Team Not Found, it feels. And that's going to let Collision slowly seep into the cracks on the defense and break through. And the offense for Team Not Found. Where is it? It hasn't been here all game long. Again, it's had a chance. They've made their cases, but they have not scored. Where's the opening? Where's the breakthrough? They've relied solely on Stitch, but will Jay and Hockey also get involved? Team Not Found side not playing like they did in those first couple games so dominantly against Collision. Part of the reason that might be is because Collision's playing better, but Team Not Found also just feels like they're not playing as well as they should be. So much for the midfield, but so little action in front of that net. A Stitch. Dribble. He's got to get past one. He's got the flick. And it will set up offense for Team Not Found. Double commit. Hockey to go for it. Eclipse will save. Stitch to follow. Omster's blocked. Patty on 0 boost, but Team Not Found will give him space. And now they'll have to reset from the back line. Stitch. Second touch. Omster. Won't need to react to it. This Team Not Found still trying to press to the ball, but they've got to send everybody here at this point. Stitch bumped away, but Collision. Another challenge win from Patty, and 0 goals for Team Not Found this game. If they can't keep this ball up, they won't. It's going to go to Game 5. A potential reverse sweep, and for Team Not Found, another one where I just don't know what happened, but they flipped the switch after Game 2, and it completely shut down. The defense from Collision playing well with 6 saves, but for Team Not Found, their offense, where on earth has it gone? A complete turnaround for both these sides, for better or for worse. And Champions Field is where this series will end. For Team Not Found, this is a team that was meant to be the favorites in this matchup, and they started off that way, some dominant Game 1 performance, but after Game 2, they have found no success on offense. It's going to be up to them, and only them, turn things around in Champions Field. As for Collision, they're just going to continue playing this way. It's, you know, it keeps the games close, sure, but that's just how they like it. And that's going to be how they win, that's for sure. Yes, here we go. Game number 5. One of these teams will win the series. Will Collision keep their undefeated record here? on Champions Field, or will Team Not Found finally be able to complete this series, end this matchup? We've seen best of 5 verse sweeps on the stream before. Will we see another one here in this 100x35 showdown? Team Not Found looking for an early strike. They did not score all of last game, and it's going to be up to them to find some extra footing, and maybe that's it! An overcommit from Collision, and Stitch will take it! 100x Team Not Found with a free shot! And that one, Patty, he must have thought Eclipse had that 50. Miscommunication from Collision, and that play will go completely against their predictions. Collision and answer. Flip reset from Hattie. Oh, but he'll hit it away. I don't think he needed that last touch. There's a great setup chance. Team Not Found are still not set up on defense. No boost for Hockey. Jay will challenge. Team Not Found do not look ready. Patty, redirect. Stitch will meet him. Team Not Found not winning these challenges in the air as Collision. Pushing further. Stitch off the sidewall. Ohmster. Hockey trying to clear it away. Eclipse. That net's wide open. Patty. Saved away by Stitch. Now Jay, the 50. Will land it in the midfield. Team Not Found still, I feel like, trying to get used to how Stitch going to play around them. And but again, it's another reason why they've not looked amazing in these last couple games. It's been them trying to see how Stitch will play with this roster. Again, it takes a while for teams to get used to new players. Team Not Found are definitely in that learning phase still. They are the ones who still are trying to get on that front foot, who still have the front foot. To add more would be a huge boost to their confidence, and right now they're on offense, they have the ability to do it, but Collision will deny them again. Now to the back wall, double tap attempt, but a miss there. Eclipse. That one. See the way his Team Not Found again playing so many goal line changes there. Collision. It's up to them. Be able to make the adjustments. The Eclipse in the midfield. Double commit from Team Not Found, but it does mean that they will clear the ball out, and that at the very least, even though they have a 1-goal lead, it gives them confidence. Maybe they can still hold this one. Again, they're not going to score a lot in this series. We've already known that about them in the last couple games. But can they prevent this Collision side from scoring more? It'll be a defensive battle, I think, for the rest of this series. Collision. Hands up field. Stitch is already stopping it. Team Not Found with an early challenge. Ohmster. To the corner. Jay will try to clear it out, but will not find their success easily. As Patty up to the back walls. Jay will send it out, and Team Not Found again holding that 1-goal lead. It's a solitary goal. Maybe all they need, but here's a second chance. It was left in front. Stitch nearly was able to just tuck it in. He kind of waltzed his way into that offensive chance. He won't get it now. A double commit to Stitch and Aki, both miscommunicating. But again, a big clear from Team Not Found, just wasting time for Collision, who is actually starting to realize that this clock is going to run out very soon for them if they don't make some very important actions soon. Team Not Found, entering just 50 of them at any point they can. Ohmster, stopped by Stitch off the corner. Maybe a second touch. No way! Stitch, my goodness! He's got it! Team Not Found are living it lavishly. He gets bumped. He still finds the touch. And it is 100x Team Not Found who double their lead to 2 here on Champions Field in Game 5. A beautiful shot. And for Collision, all they've worked for, all they did on that play, it won't be enough to stop them. And now a Stitch, an open goal. He'll score another one. And the wheels are falling off the rails now for Collision. As an aggressive challenge from Eclipse. Another minute to go. That might spell disaster for Collision. There's so little time left. Collision, they now have to throw a lot of people at that one. but there's still openings and chances for them. Just is not all open ones, and now another chance for Team Not Found. That will go wide. Collision will clear, and that one nearly in, but they was covering it. It's Collision. Tried their hardest to make that reverse sweep happen, but it may not happen here. 30 seconds to go, but it's Team Not Found with a multi-goal lead. With time running out now, it won't matter anymore. Team Not Found will knock the undefeated side down a peg. Will give them their first loss of the season. It came to Game 5. It was a series that Team Not Found will have some issues with, but they won't have an issue with this result. It's a win for them, and it's them taking down the previously undefeated 100x Collision team. It was not an easy win, but they'll take it. It's theirs. A 3-1 record now in LOS Champs. And coming all the way down to game number 5. This one got close, and for Team Not Found, it felt like they still have a lot of learning ground, a lot of learning things to learn here. There's so many, unique rosters that they got to play against. But knowing these teams, they'll both have pretty successful seasons. I mean, they both looked pretty good that series. But it is Team Not Found who will make it happen. 3-2 win. Again, I don't think they're going to be they'll be happy with that result. Maybe not with how they got it, but you might think Stitch performs. Yeah, he's performed pretty well. Again, I think Team Not Found played pretty well themselves, but I know these guys like interviews, so we might get an interview with them if they're open to it. At this point, why not? We'll get them in here. As let's get a little chat here with this Team Not Found side. Bless me. Anyways, let's get in here. Let's chat there. Hockey, Jay, and Stitch all in here. A 3-2 win. It was not a pretty victory for you guys, but your Team Not Found is back, and they take down the undefeated Collision side. Jay, with this roster kind of undergoing some learning, trying to get used to this, new player in Stitch. How are you guys feeling though with that win? It was a tough victory, but it was definitely well fought.
Going into it, we definitely were confident that we were winning that, and I think that's why game 2 we just kind of let off the brakes way too much and allowed a lot of sloppy errors, and kind of attributes to the new roster. We're trying to learn each other still, but we're hoping to iron that out before playoffs and then clean up these victories a little bit so that doesn't happen. But it's a good win. I'm proud of everyone. Stitch went crazy those last 2 games and probably wouldn't have won it without him, so you shout out to him. He played phenomenally.
Yeah, as well, and I must add to that as well. Again, Stitch here with us. Obviously, you were on, I believe, Onyx Chroma before?
Yes.
You were on this team. Yeah, you were on Chroma before. So, what has it been like to change rosters, to join Team Not Found, to, again, replace Scotty? It's a very tough player to replace. He's very solid. So, for you, how has it been kind of trying to, get added to this roster? How has it been like playing with a new team?
Been great. We've been friends for a while, so it wasn't too weird. It's just got to do my job, put the ball in the net. It's working. So
yeah, but even so, again, I mentioned it was not without its difficulties, and obviously also joining us here is Hockey, who, a story player, has been on this stream a ton. And you guys, this was not your pretty series. I mentioned this was probably the weakest I've actually ever seen you guys play and as a team, but you still got the performances. That's really what matters, making sure you still perform at the end of the day. But what happened in those kind of later games? Again, Jay said it was just a little bit of kind of losing focus. What happened at the end of that, nearing the end of that series, that allowed this Collision side to almost make that reverse sweep happen?
Well, I mean, I kind of agree with him. Like, I also I got a little too confident and lost my groove a little bit. But we tried keeping game 4 close, but we ended up losing that one. So we really just had to sit down, lock it in for game 5, and allow no errors. Trying to play faster, just so they would I'd be less predictable. And I also tried to demo more, which I did in game 5, and I guess it ended up working.
I definitely did. Again, a change up there in game 5 and take down Collision and undefeated side again. You guys, you only lost coming against the 100x Eternal. So for you guys, you've had some really tough matches this season, but again, Team Not Found still finds a way to perform, even with things not going perfectly well for them. And Jay, for you at least, again, this season, it's been a weird one for Team Not Found. Again, it's the first time this team has really undergone a roster change in a very long time, a major roster change in a very long time. So again, what has it been like kind of getting used to, Stitch, getting used to having to make changes because this playstyle isn't going to stay the same forever?
Adding Stitch was just obviously a move that me and Hockey decided. We've been playing with the dude for a while now, and he's clearly very talented, and I think he showed that tonight. The roster is gonna be awkward for I don't want to say awkward, but we're definitely not, I feel like, at full capability yet, and we're hoping to kind of throughout the season figure it all out. And once we are, we're gonna be a pretty scary team, I feel like.
Again, I love to hear the confidence still from Jay, even with this team. Again, making some good results. We'll see you guys again actually on Saturday when you play against Blue Lock in the Rock League Spicers. But before you guys go, we gotta get some shoutouts. So let's start with Hockey here. Hockey, any shoutouts? Anything you want to say?
Shout out to you for hopping on the cast. I love it when you cast their games. It's always amazing to rewatch the VODs. Shout out to Thrifty for being thrifty. Shout out to my teammates for carrying me at the end. That's what my team is for, Jay's amazing, Stitch is amazing, I'm okay. Why I have you beautiful, beautiful teammates. But that's it probably.
Again, congratulations on your win. Now we'll move on to again the newest player, Stitch. Not your first time on the stream, but your first time on Team Not Found on this stream. So, anything you want to say here?
Yeah, thank you for the TNF boys for letting me come on here. And yeah, thank you for the cast. Thanks for Thrifty for doing everything he's doing. Thanks to Collision for making it a real close series, making it a good nail biter.
They definitely did. They kept it very close here. As now we'll end off with Jay. Is there any last things you want to say? Again, we'll see you guys on Saturday, so you won't be gone for very long. But still, any shoutouts? Do you have any messages that you want to say?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, you Sporty, you're the GOAT. There's no debating it at this point. You're just the best caster there is. We're lucky to have you on 100X.
Thank you.
Thrifty, obviously, everything he does for us, I say it every stream. There's no amount of thanks that we can feel like is enough for Thrifty. And obviously, shout out Collision. I mean, you saw how good that team is when we start messing up. They punished us, and they're going to bounce back for sure. So just keep your heads up, Collision. I know you guys are going to be all right the rest of the season.
This is a bad time for my allergies to show up, but again, congrats on your win here. I'm gonna sneeze again.
Bless you.
Bless you. Bless you.
My allergies are coming up at a bad time here. I know this stuff. Hello, Thrifty. How you? And you want to say any last things? We have another series coming right after this, but is there anything you want to say here now that you've joined in?
Hey, listen. Shout out to all the 100X teams. All we do is put on bangers. Every time they play each other, it seems like they always get a game 5. But listen, these boys pulled out the win. They almost got reverse swept. Shout out to Collision, showing they got them dogs in them. But no, I appreciate you casting Sporty. It's all love. 100X, competition and brotherhood breeds this, and it only makes us better. So these boys, they were tested today. Stitch's second game, I believe, in LOS champ. So it was good for him too, and he showed up at the right time. So that was good to see. So it's all love, all up from here from both teams, and let's see what happens. I think we got Affinity next for a team not found, and maybe they can take care of the job that Eternal kind of dropped there. So we'll see what happens.
Again, thanks for joining us as well, 50, and thank you, Team Not Found, for jumping in. Congrats on your win. We gotta go to our next series very soon. So have a great night, guys, and see you on Saturday.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
That was Team Not Found. They're joining in, and our next series, but it's Tsunami Cup again. Apologies for my allergies. They're coming at a bad time, but it will be Aura versus Affinity Reborn. We'll be back after this quick break. A rate of 9 coming from Croutondust. Thank you so much. How was I know you had an AGL matchup. How was your series, Crouton? And everybody, go support Croutondust. He just joined me earlier today. Go say hi to him here. He's a great guy, great caster. Hopefully your stream was fun, Crouton. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Sweatiest stream here. We've got a Tsunami Cup match coming up here. Or versus Affinity Reborn here. Another best of 5. I need to actually update my stream. I don't have everything up here, but both these teams are 1-0. So gonna good start for them so far this season. Aura being a Fuel Sweep over 7 Savages Black. And Affinity Reborn are 3-1 over the Kittens, who we actually got to see. That's Martin's team, if you guys don't know. Very solid roster, so to see them successful as they are. And as part of the Splash series here, presented by GamersOn.tv, Invisible Entertainment, Latin 7 Gaming, Heady Scarf Gang, Purchase and Resell, and Claim to Fame. Yeah, both these teams 1-0. I was gonna go to 2-0 tonight. These are teams that have been on the stream before, and Affinity Reborn. Super So's coming at the fall. Thank you for the follow, Super So's. Welcome to the stream. Good luck in your upcoming matchup here. And as we are doing that, let's take a look at our schedule here tonight. Again, we've already seen some incredible matchups already with Lotus, Nirvana beating the MidTakes, and then most recently, Team Not Found taking down Collision in a Game 5, preventing a reverse sweep. Again, our matchup here for versus Affinity Reborn is. We're supposed to have a co-caster. I'm actually supposed to have Survivor join me, but he is. For whatever reason, he's late, so we're actually going to start without him. If he does join in before the series, we'll definitely get him in here, but yeah, for now, again, apologies on that. I do apologize for him being a bit late, but again, he should be here any moment. I don't know what's happening on his side, but it's a big match. I'm excited for this one here. Again, it's Affinity Reborn versus Or here for this first matchup. Tsunami Cup action. This is GC3+. And in that SSL level. And again, you might recognize both these teams because they are both also in Blackline Championship Series. We've seen them both there, Or and Affinity Reborn, and they haven't really changed much since we last saw them. In fact, Affinity Reborn, last time we saw them, had the exact same roster. So, Jalit's Tomato. Aura, their main roster, their starting three has not changed. The other players have, but their starting three has not changed. Alex Drew, Gyarados, and Geg. Almost certainly going to be the ones playing in both these teams. Again, Affinity Reborn, Aura, these are both orgs that have been in this league for a good while, so definitely not unknown to them to be, playing here. But we'll see how this series goes, as again, we're just looking to get these teams both in the lobby as soon as we can. And we'll just and try to get these teams in as soon as we can. Get this match going as soon as we can. It's a best of 5 series, Aura. And again, Affinity Reborn. Again, Survivor should be joining us. Hopefully he'll be joining any moment. I don't know why he's late, but should be any moment. I'm really hopeful for him. I know he really wanted to join the stream tonight, so again, I hope he does make it. Because if he doesn't make it here on time, we're just not gonna have him join us, which is not a great situation to be in. Again, these teams both will be starting their match as soon as they can. It's a best of 5 series here. Again, we've seen these teams before. We haven't seen Aura in a very long time, though. And for Affinity Reborn, again, the last time we saw them was in the Black Line. For both these teams, we have not really seen them play against each other in Rocket League Splash Series, and we haven't really seen much of them in Splash Series here. Again, we're just looking to set things up here. Again, apologies to all of you out there who are hoping to see Survivor. He may not be joining, and I really hope he does. But if he doesn't, it's still me. You still have me, though. I'll still be here for this series. And what's interesting is, again, after this, we'll have Affinity Sapphire actually playing. They'll be playing against Akudama. Joining us actually is Survivor. Hello, Survivor. You came in time, my friend. How are you doing? Oh, wait, you're muted.
Got here.
There you are. You're back. Now you're unmuted. How are you doing?
Hello. Really good. A bit hectic, but you know what? I'm ready for some
I
awesome
understand that.
Rocket League. So, all is well that ends well.
Yeah, we nearly had to start the series without you, Survivor, and I know you really wanted to join for this matchup. So, again, we've got Aura Esports versus Affinity Reborn. I know, again, you're one of the mods for the Blackline Championship Series, so you've seen these teams in that league as well, and they're very solid. So, coming into this matchup, with both these teams playing against each other, what do you think about these rosters? It's going to be interesting. What do you think about these rosters? It's going to be a focus here for these teams because, it's good in the Tsunami Cup. It could be players, it could be little moments, it could be little adjustments in the playstyle that could be the big difference in this matchup. What do you see about these sides, at least so far, that you think will be the difference maker?
Well, I'll tell you, being a former Aura player, I can definitely tell you that they are going to be looking for the team plays. They're going to be looking for those just adjustments, as you mentioned, that just make them so good. And that really, they just make the opposition's life difficult. But on the other end of the spectrum, you have Affinity Reborn. And when I look at that roster, I think it's Soj, who is the survivor of the old Affinity Reborn roster. And he is just so intelligent. He's so mechanical. He is everything you want in a player. And I think that he's going to do really well tonight. It's a hard one to call for sure. But you know what? I've got to stay faithful to my old team Aura.
Again, I know what you mean there. You're going with Aura, obviously. I think they'd be pretty mad if you didn't go with them. Coming into this matchup, even so, again, I'm excited to have you join me. I'm happy you're here just in time for this matchup. Again, I didn't want to start the series without you. And this thing is, these teams won't either. But again, I've seen both these teams. Affinity Reborn, definitely they have that. At least from what I know, they have the higher peak. Although, when we talk about peaks, you gotta talk about Geg. Geg is super talented. If he peaks, which sometimes he does, if he does peak, it's going to be impossible for Affinity to stop him. But if Affinity find their own little peak, because this team, I know as a team, can peak off. It can pop off. They definitely really take Aura. It's one of those matchups where the question really is, what team is going to pop off in this matchup? Who's going to play well? Because there's so many players here that can do that. But someone's got to do it here. Someone's got to find that way to be the stronger play to be that stronger team. And again, it's going to be a real battle to figure that out, especially in a best of 5 series when you don't have that much time to make adjustments.
No, definitely not. It's all about sort of those inches that separate the two teams. And looking at these rosters on paper, there are just very few separating these two rosters for sure. So it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening. You know, sort of who ends up taking it, because it could very well be like a reverse sweep. It could be a sweep. It could be a game 4. I could see just about anything happening here. So it'll be interesting to see.
And I think that's very true with basically any game that Aura plays. Aura is such a wildcard team. It feels like anything can happen with Aura, because again, they're consistent, but they do seem that sometimes it seems like whenever Aura plays, it's always the weirdest results. And I don't know if that's just you, if that's just me, or if it's you as well.
Oh, yeah.
But Aura's a weird wildcard team. No matter whatever match it is, if they're playing, expect some weird things happening. Consistency and non-consistency, it doesn't really matter. Aura's a strange team sometimes, because they can have their moments where they play really well, look like the best team in the league, and then they have other moments they don't look good at all. And for Affinity Reborn, we know that this team's consistent. I know this team's super consistent on offense. So for Aura, they've got to bring their A game.
Definitely. And it's been, you know, recently especially, you've seen these sort of games where the defense is a bit of a concern on that Aura esports side, where sometimes they just rush plays too much and they're just going sort of, you can tell that the pressure gets to them, especially in those later games. So they're going to want to try to steal the nerve and keep it simple, because if they try to play too much out of the back, it could come back to bite them, especially when you have mechanical greats like Soj on the opposite side.
Yeah, you definitely want to watch out. And as you said, mechanical greats. And I really think when it comes to the players, again, you mentioned Soj, but just the whole offensive plays from this team is what makes them so scary. This Affinity Reborn side are very talented. They have that chemistry. They have that connection. They're a team that, you know, doesn't slow down with that. And again, as you said, for Aura, that defense can be an issue for them. Really, it is just consistency. I mentioned they can be a consistent team, but they don't have a consistency. That's I think a lot of teams at this level do have, and that's the reason why they're in Tsunami and not so much in Cyclone, even though they could be a Cyclone team.
Definitely. Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see once Aura gets in here, what will end up happening, which one of these teams will end up taking it. Because, as you said, just so close. And Aura, you know what? They're known for getting results that are surprising. And sometimes that's a good surprise, and sometimes it's not so good of a surprise. They're sort of that, as you said, wild card team where you never quite know what to expect. They could be looking like the top team in the league, or it might not be their night. So it'll definitely be interesting. But Affinity Reborn, I've not seen too much of this roster, this new roster that they have going, but I can tell you that from BLCS, they're pretty good right now. So I can tell you from that end, I'm very excited to see what this team does.
Definitely is going to apologize on the delays we're having, by the way. Aura's having an issue with getting all their players in the lobby and in the correct voice channel, but they should be here at any moment. And again, it's Survivor. What a weird moment it is to have you joining me on stream. I know, again, I've always heard of your casting. I'm always like, man, Survivor, he's a pretty cool guy, and I've got the cast group before on Aura, so yeah, and as you said, you're backing the wildcard team here in Aura. They got, again, as you said, a surprising team. There's a reason why they're in the Tsunami Cup. There's also a reason why they're not in Cyclone Cup. Because the difference between Tsunami and Cyclone is the Cyclone Cup teams are more consistent. They're a lot more consistent. And again, that's the one thing Aura lacks that really really prevents them from propelling themselves forward into those higher divisions is that consistency. Do they have it? Do they have that ability to bring plays, to bring offense, to bring that scariness that we know this team has to offer, or do they fall flat? It's always the question for Aura every single week, and this roster has not gone through any major changes on those starting 3 players. So for Aura, the question still stands: how will they play tonight in this best of 5 against Affinity Reborn? We know Affinity Reborn have good offense. We've seen this team on this stream, but for Aura, will they be able to respond? The best of 5 series to find out. Aura's on the blue, Affinity Reborn on the orange. And a best of 5 series Tsunami Cup action. One of these teams will end this match and leave with a 2-0 record.
Definitely. And when you look at these two teams against each other, you think that these guys could both be at the top of the league. It's definitely going to be a very interesting series, and one that where inches could become miles in the grand scheme of things. Tomato almost gets an early goal. Soj will clean up shop, and early 1-0 lead for Affinity Reborn.
Yeah, and Gag there just hesitated on that goal line, a huge mistake there, and Gag was not comfortable in that read, and for a guy like Gag, he's that kind of example of a guy who can pop off. When Gag pops off, nobody's stopping this guy. I've seen him pop off. He's unbeatable when he plays at his best, but when he doesn't, you see that hesitation, you see him kind of not trust himself to go for that read, and it's going to cost you every single time, especially against a team like Affinity Reborn, who will chase you down and who will go for offense at any point they get it.
Definitely. You want to see that fluid rotation that you see from Aura at their best. Almost a second goal for Affinity Reborn. Still under pressure, but Aura get out alive this time around. But more work to be done, as right now Affinity Reborn very much in the driver's seat in the first minute of this series as Elite tries to take the ball downfield. Soj, plenty of room in the air. Pop shot from midfield. Good stop from Deluxe Drew, and Aura again having to pick up the pieces and start back from square one.
And as you said, from square one, everything coming from the defense so far from Aura, trying to get up into that midfield zone, get past the midfield, but they aren't winning that pressure against Affinity Reborn, bringing the better offense. Soj in the midfield, Deluxe Drew will clear, and Gag looking to chase it down as Aura. Again, it feels like it's just a lot of chasing right now. They're looking to sort of beat Affinity Reborn on pace, and that's just not going to be how you beat them, especially not Aura, who are generally actually one of the slower teams in the Tsunami Cup. They're not a very fast-paced team here. Affinity definitely will beat them on pace, and for Aura, this kind of playstyle right now isn't going to be one that works. They can't chase down Affinity looking for offense. They've got to make it themselves, and they've got to make it through that defense, through the midfield, and right now, I just haven't seen that from them.
Yeah, definitely, and there's nothing wrong with playing slow, but you've got to play it correctly, and when Affinity Reborn's been, really keeping hold of the majority of possession in the first half of this match, that's going to be difficult, as again, another shot from midfield almost comes back to bite Aura, as they're under a lot of pressure here, and that clear right there sort of signifies what we've been seeing a lot. They just sort of throw it out in the midfield and kind of hope for the best and hope someone connects to it. But when you are that slower paced team that relies on team plays, you've got to try to find 100% links between players and get your momentum going. Only one goal down, still a half of Rocket League to go, but another defensive error comes out, and Tomato will once again clean up.
I think you're double agent here, Survivor. You just cursed your own team to get scored on in that play. But it will go in. Affinity Reborn cleans up on that open net chance, and it will not hurt them all that much. And again, a big matchup, a big performance, but for Aura, it's going to be them who look to try to get their first goal of the series so far. It's just been a lack of offense, but when they continue to try to get those chances, they're going to find breakthroughs. The question is how they're going to do it, and as you said, it's going to come from teamwork. It's going to come from teamwork. But Aura right now, met by Affinity Reborn, who are challenging so early on, but Gag, that's a good play, but it's just too high for Deluxe Drew. And Aura, they won't get another chance from it. Affinity Reborn, again, doing well at really forcing Aura to come into these challenges without an option, without a second out play, and you're recognizing that whenever they do get into these 50-50s, or don't have that player who's holding up, who don't have that second option, who don't have that, second thought, it's Affinity Reborn who have it. That's why whenever the challenge comes, it's Affinity Reborn who win it every single time.
Well, it has been a masterclass of rotation from Affinity Reborn so far. Just, they know every single time when Aura's about to clear into the midfield, they have someone there waiting to pick up possession. Good demo from Drew, causes some pressure, but able to clear that away easily is Soj. Down a Tomato, back to Soj, but he does rotate out. Gag, free opportunity, takes it high, maybe has another touch, but again, Affinity Reborn deal with it effectively, look to create an opportunity here, and Aura under pressure again. 1 minute to go here. Crunch for time in this first game, but I have seen more miraculous turnarounds than this, let me tell you.
Yeah, and more miraculous turnouts, I think, for Aura. To even add more to that, this team
can
pop off at any point. That's the thing about Aura. They might not be playing well right now, but give them maybe a game or two, and we might see a completely different side here. But Affinity Reborn right now, winning on the offense, and the offense only Aura, with limited chances of field, and again, that offense just falls flat whenever they feel like they have things going. It will be Affinity. We'll clear that ball away. We won't give Aura more space. Is that an open chance? Soj will be stopped by Gag. Affinity Reborn. 2 goals up, but the plays falling into place still, the pieces moving into this puzzle perfectly, and right now, a third goal seems coming! And there it is! It's Elites to take it right on kill, and for Affinity Reborn, that should secure game number 1.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to be seeing, but it is a good finish nonetheless. Affinity Reborn very much in the driver's seat here in game number 1, and with that comes a lot of work to do on the Aura side, but honestly, in my opinion, Sporty, this is where Aura is at their best. Their adjustments they make in between games is frankly phenomenal. You look at Drew, the long-standing captain of this roster, for leadership and guidance, and he will provide you with just that. So it'll be interesting to see if Aura comes out with a new look here in game 2. But as for this previous game, Affinity Reborn, very much the front runners, and it'll be interesting again to see what happens from here.
Shutout in game 1, Affinity Reborn didn't really feel like they had much of anything come against them. No real major offense from Aura, only 2 shots compared to the 12 of Affinity Reborn. That's how this game felt, really. It was Affinity Reborn who basically came in, wiped the floor with Aura, and as you said, Aura need to make adjustments, but this is, yeah, as you said, this is a team that, one thing that I must say that they do well that most teams don't do so well, they don't get discouraged very easily. They're a team that is tough to shake off. They will play every single game as if it's their last, as if it's their first, and it means that you're not going to be able to use the mentality against them, but you definitely can use consistency, and for Affinity Reborn, this is going to be consistent for them. This is how their offense plays. It's up to Aura to be able to make a very viable response to it.
Definitely. It will be interesting to see how game 2 looks here, but again, I'll tell you what, that's a concerning stat right there. Only 2 shots on target the entire game to Affinity Reborn's 12. That is a washout if ever I've seen one, so they're gonna have to try and build off of that, see what can we do from here, how can we adapt to this midfield pressure that Affinity Reborn has been doing, and it'll be interesting to see. I know that Aura likes to go for a lot of demo plays sometimes. I'd like to see that come out a little bit, break up that pressure, get some possession going, and get a goal on the score sheet. That one could be the difference maker between a sweep and an overall victory for a team.
Oh, I muted myself. Of course I did.
I'm about to say, uh-oh.
I was wondering why I wasn't getting any response on my microphone feed there, but as I was mentioning, I was really just mentioning how Affinity Reborn, again, I think maybe part of the anger for them is the fact that they're in the Champions Division, they're one of the best teams there, and I expect them to be a front runner here too, but I think one of the things about them, about this series that's so interesting is Ori generally get the higher seed in the divisions they play in. They're usually the higher seeded team because they've been around for so long. I mean, in Blackline, they're in the Premier Division right now. Affinity Reborn, they're in the Champions Division. So for Affinity, they want to prove that even though they're in a lower division, it doesn't make a difference. And right now, they're proving it. They're sticking it in Aura's face. Another goal for Elites as Affinity Reborn put themselves one up.
Now let's talk about that 1-2 passing play from Elites and Tomato. Elites off the backboard, Tomato knowing full well the only way is up, and up it went. Beautiful finish from Elites as well. That is comms at their finest, and it worked out super well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens from here, as right now Aura trying to get their names on the score sheet. Tomato has to make a last-ditch save. Jared taking it back. Tomato looking for an opportunity, can't find it. And again, Soj off the ceiling, looking for a pinch. Gay gets a good touch, and Aura breaking downfield. A familiar sight, but let's see if they can get a shot. Almost from Gay. And Affinity Reborn, now they're on the back burner, and for the first time this series, it feels like Aura are starting to add on to the pressure. They're starting to make Affinity Reborn work to get the ball out of their half.
And I think I added to that as well. It's the first time Affinity Reborn actually look a bit nervous in this series. They don't look so comfortable. They don't look so confident anymore. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that, again, Aura is taking them some time, but they're warming up in this series, and they're getting better. And as I said, this team, they can switch things around so quickly. This is not the team that is known to play one style and hold to it. No, this is a team that can adjust, that can make differences, but Affinity have the offense. A shot there!
Whoa.
That one's off the post, and it will be hit wide by Deluxe Drew, who will be challenged by Elite's Affinity Reborn. Still bringing the offense, but they haven't scored so easily. Aura have stopped them a lot better here with their chance on offense. Affinity bringing plays upfield, but that's an overcommit. Jared Ace, chance there, high off a net. Tomato will prevent the second shot. And Aura will not get another look at it for now. Elite's foot reset. Gets over one. Demo from Jared Ace to remove Soj as now Elite's bumped off. And Aura, great communication to break down that offensive chance so quickly. But if they can break down the offense like that, can they break down the defense? Again, as you said, the demo plays are something that Aura can be really good at, can really utilize. But they haven't done so yet this game. And I think that's the one edge they could really use here to beat past Affinity, because right now they have still not scored in this series for Aura, and if they don't do so soon, it is going to come down to Game 3, and you don't want to rely on that.
No, most definitely not. Well, trust me, I've seen my fair share of reverse sweeps while on that roster. It's definitely not a position you ever want to be in, but again, Aura really have been in control the second game, but nothing too crazy to come out of it yet. Now Elite looking for Tomato. Drew gets it clear. Geg versus Soj in the orange half. Soj out of the corner. Plenty of boosts left to work with, but doesn't get a good touch. Complete calamity coming out of the midfield, and a pop shot almost goes sailing in, but just like that, Affinity Reborn again recover. Tomato downfield for Soj, looking for the double, gets one, can't find the second, and Aura open net to work with. Drew doesn't have the boost, and Aura just can't find what they're looking for. Again, Jared looking for it, but hits it out of Geg's path. Oh my goodness, it finally went in. Again, just craziness on the orange half, and finally, Aura get their prize.
I know we said that Aura really wanted to make chaos here, but they made so much chaos, I don't even think they understood what was happening in that point, and that's generally not the case you want, but for Aura, again, any chaos is good chaos for them at this point. That's shut down Affinity Reborn, and again, so far they've done well at stopping the Affinity offense from succeeding. Now their offense is the ones that will put one in, but they need a second there, and with less than a minute to go, that next goal very likely will be the one to win this game, and Affinity, if they get it, they'll be on match point. We've already seen match today where teams go up 2-0, and so far today, those teams have not lost. We have not seen a team make the reverse sweep yet, and for Aura, they don't want to be the ones that have to be the first to do so here in game number 2, but time is going to run slow for them. Deluxe Drew shot, getting clear of it, and that's just high off the crossbar. Aura won't get a second chance, but Affinity Reborn, their play, upfield, slow to it though. Gag stopped by Elites, a dunk, now maybe a chance with about 10 seconds to go here. Affinity Reborn, up, Soj, one of the moderators of this league, finds Tomato.
No.
That one kept away, but still Aura holding strong, holding still. Elites, the fake, trying to keep it up. Aura actually got the offense here, but Affinity Reborn will be the ones with the ball, and a miss there from Soj will send us to overtime, and for Affinity Reborn, one goal separates them from match point or tied series.
Definitely an opportunity for Aura to make this a lot less awkward of a series. And again, the ramifications of this match are really huge. It could set the precedent for who will be on that top 2 sort of range for this league. Is Soj now looking to try and find an opportunity, gets one touch, waiting for one of the Aura players to hit it back to him, but didn't quite happen. Gay, plenty of boost to work with, has a touch to work with, hits it down to Jared, trying to find the bottom corner, but can't do so. Soj, pinching downfield, down to Jared! Good save from Elite. And Aura, again, really pressing that third man high and really making Affinity sweat.
Yeah, they are, and Affinity Reborn, they're trusting so heavily in that last player back to get these saves, because for Aura, they're taking risks. They're sending a lot more people upfield. They're not as afraid on offense anymore, and Affinity Reborn are feeling that pressure. I said that the offense can beat the Affinity offense, and Aura is bringing it here, but still, they don't have the winner. Tomato, that one going! Stopped by Deluxe Drew. Here comes Elites around the corner. In front, so shot! Saved by Jared Ace. Aura on the goal line. They're making the stops, but Affinity still have it. That one cleared away to safety, and it will be Aura's ball once again as... Again, the chaos being created, but it's Affinity who are living in it right now. Off a back wall, Gag booms it down the other side of the field. Still, it's Affinity Reborn on the chance. Tomato to Soj. That one to the goal. And it will fall in. Affinity Reborn will move to match point.
Yeah, and again, just beautiful drop down pass from Tomato. He has been making all sorts of plays for this Affinity Reborn roster. And Aura, great game too, but Affinity Reborn, how can you defend against an offense with as much quality as that? You can't. It's really hard to.
Ironically, the best way to beat Affinity Reborn is to actually have an offense of your own, and Aura is developing that. And again, this game too, a step up from game 1. They actually have an offense now that is competing with Affinity Reborn, that's keeping it close, and for Aura, all they need to do is just get a little bit better, a little bit more quality, and if they do that, their offense is going to be the one that beats Affinity Reborn, and they're going to be the one that holds pressure, stops Affinity Reborn from getting offense. And that could be unlock themselves the opportunity to take some games in series and potentially, win this matchup. But that's in the future. Right now it's game 3, and for Aura, this is match point. They've got to win from here on out.
Definitely. They have to win all 3 upcoming games, but that is a tall, tall order, because not only do you have to win 3 games in a row. That's hard to do in a best-of-5 series when you're competing against teams that are on similar levels as you. You got to do it against Affinity Reborn, who are so dangerous. And all it takes is a few moments of magic, and they look like one of the best teams in the Splash series. Again, good touch by Soj. Tomato wrapping around to try to find that upper echelon. Can't quite do it. Tomato again looking for a shot. Now all of Affinity Reborn pressed in the blue half, but Elite, good job there to take his time and really try to make Aura squeeze to get it clear. Geg now, down the Jared Ace. There's that passing we were talking about off the crossbar. Drew with the follow-up, can't quite find it. 30 seconds gone, both teams firing off some warning shots, but nothing of substance yet.
Not yet, but still, we're seeing the creations of offense, and as you said, both these teams, I feel a lot of them are now a lot more calculated in their play. They're draw each other out, and Geg will do just that. Off the back wall, back to himself. A solo play from Geg. This is what he can do.
This is what you expect from a player like Geg in a scenario like this. Beautiful double tap off of the lip of that back wall. That is exactly what both of us were talking about we wanted to see from him. And now that he got that one, trust me, it's a lot more likely we're going to see a couple more of those coming.
Well, if Geg is going to feel confidence, that's going to be a bad sign for Affinity Reborn. They have done so well with keeping him pretty dormant so far this series. He has been a non-factor in these matchups for Aura so far, but if he can get involved, and again, if he can play the way we know he can play, he's unstoppable. Affinity Reborn nearly answered back with a walk-in shot. But it is a clear way. Tomato to the net. Nobody back. A rocket strapped to his back. Tomato fires back at the Aura blue net.
That is not what you want to see as an Aura fan. Tomato catches Aura napping on the defense, lobs it over 2 players and into that blue net. All tied up here in game number 3, and Tomato makes a splat with that goal.
But Aura looking to splash now. This one kept away, and Affinity Reborn have really been testing that backline. Their defense, again, credit where credit's due. It doesn't always hold up well, but tonight is definitely one where it's being tested on some very tough plays, and they're holding up. But here's a big open chance, and Deluxtru, it may not have looked open for him. That was about as free as it gets. It was a giveaway chance. Affinity Reborn will be thanking Lucky Stars. Somehow he doesn't score that, because if Deluxtru recognized that net was open, that's a goal every single time. Now in comes Geg. That one, a great stop from Soj, and Aura getting closer and closer to breaking that back line. They just need a little bit more on these shots, and that would be enough for them. But for Affinity Reborn, that defense, it's holding on for now, but just barely.
Definitely Tomato now. Out of the corner, looking for a second touch, but goes too flat to the wall. Jared Ace, touchdown. Has to find another. Drew will assist him in this. Soj has to make a last-ditch recovery. Does do so. And Aura, again, just a series of it's buts and maybes, but again, caught lacking on the defensive end. Tomato starts a counterattack. Drew can't get the touch, and Elites will finish it off.
Yeah, that one there, Aura. This is a team that trusts each other. They need each other to play well, and that is not what you want there from Deluxe Drew. He's got to bake the touch there, and he just doesn't do so. And in the Tsunami Cup, those are pretty routine. To miss those would be disastrous, and as you see for Aura, it hurts them badly here, especially with a rotation that's so trusting in them getting that play. Affinity Reborn, the offense has been pretty strong, but no offense is missing that chance, and now they'll look to add more to it with some more confidence.
Definitely, they've got to try and find an opportunity, and fast. Here's Tomato up with the ball, looking for a double tap, can't quite get the boost necessary. Two Aura players commit to the second aerial, and Affinity Reborn left with all the time in the world. Doge looking for a solo play, can't find it. And with Affinity Reborn up by a goal, now up by 2, Tomato having a standout game 3, a standout series actually, and Affinity Reborn starting to cruise past Aura.
This is war with Affinity Reborn, and they're the ones laying siege. Aura, trapped in their bunker, they have no way out, no way to escape. This is Affinity's game, this is Affinity's matchup, and this is Affinity who are the ones fully firing on all cylinders. But Aura, time still left for them to come back. They've got to dig deep at this point. A team so good at adjusting, they've got to do it here, unless they might get swept here in week number 2 against Affinity Reborn, one of the top teams in this, I think, Tsunami Cup division. As now, infield pass, Tomato, looking for one more. This net's wide open, and he will follow it. A hat trick for Tomato. You said it, Survivor, a standout performance, and he continues to impress us every single time he's on the pitch.
Tomato, it's just Tomato's world. We're all living in it. He has been fantastic this series, and just forcing Aura to play catch up as Affinity Reborn have just been so good this series. And all credit to Aura. They've not been bad by any standard. They have kept it relatively close, but again, Affinity just so much firing power. What can you do against a team like that?
I will say, good pun there, Survivor, Tomato playing catch up.
Thank you.
I did recognize that one. I think it mustered you a lot of strength to get that joke out there. Here you're probably relishing in the enjoyment of it. Here is Affinity now relishing in this play. Oh my! Oh, what a save, Deluxe Drew! How on earth did that get saved? That was a beautiful chance. Affinity Reborn looked to just silence all the critics there, but Aura keeping themselves in it by a single goal line stop. Still they can't break out, but it's wide open. Deluxe Drew, pass across, it's wide open, and Gag will take it. 18 seconds left, and Aura still have hope.
Really good pass from Drew down to Geg. The connection of the duo that's been so long standing in Splash Series. 18 seconds, 2 goals. Not mathematically impossible, but they need something, and they need it now. That might just do it. Tomato does manage to grab it and move forward. 7 seconds left. Can something occur? Jared Ace gets the redirect, but can't find the finish. And just like that, Affinity Reborn take a dominant 3-0 victory over Aura and cement their position here in the Tsunami Cup as one of the top teams in that competition.
Yeah, definitely one of the top teams, and as we said, it's that offense from them. I predicted it, I told you, watch out for their offense. It's a scary offense. It's one that's so tough to get off of you, and they prove it here. A 3-0 sweep over Aura, and again, week 1, they had a 3-1 win over the Kittens. So for Affinity Reborn, this is a team that's bringing the offense, and they are not letting go. They are not stopping anytime soon. And for Affinity, that's again, it's a performance that they'll be happy with, because it's a very good performance, even though we've seen this team do this before. But a field sweep, too out of the ordinary for, I think, Affinity. Although against Aura, that is what's a bit surprising, because Aura's a solid team, and again, just to sweep them, as you said, it shows this is going to be a top tier competitor, because Aura's been in this season, in this league for a while. For them to play this well and sweep Aura, that's not often what you see between teams against Aura.
No, definitely not. Aura is notoriously known for making just about every action on the field difficult. But I think when you do play like that, teams will either crumble and they will, falter, or they will rise to the occasion and play fantastic Rocket League, and that is what we saw from Affinity Reborn. They were pressed. There were times where they were sweating. I think of that game 2. That was really just a crazy, crazy game, but it was Affinity Reborn that took it and looked fantastic doing it. Speaking of Affinity Reborn, we've got him in the booth with us now.
Good morning.
It's morning for Soj. You must have just. Did you just wake up, Soj?
Yeah, I just started to lock it in.
Well, again, Soj, congratulations on your win there. A field sweep over Aura, and again, Survivor and I were talking about it. Maybe it's a bit of bias because Survivor used to be on Aura, but we're talking about how Aura as a team has been in this league for a while. They're a staple of the Tsunami Cup, and they always seem to have really solid seasons. Even though we mentioned that consistency can sometimes fail them, but for you guys, you came in and you swept them, and you look good doing it. How does it feel to take down Aura here in just 3 games?
Well, so if you look at the history behind me and Aura, I've actually never lost a series to Aura ever.
Oh.
So I'm glad to keep that streak running. Very glad.
Yeah, definitely. And you guys looked fantastic doing it. Now, after that game 2, I'm sure that there was a lot of pressure going into game 3 and trying to close out that series. Did you guys make any adjustments in between the games or have any discussion about what to do differently in between that really difficult and long game 2 and what ended up being a dominant game 3?
I mean, yeah, we've realized, we had a very solid game 1, and then game 2 is a lot closer than we wanted it to. So, after the game, Elite was like, guys, we need to step it up. We can't be having games like this that are that close. We have the ability to dominate, and we showed that games 1 and 3. But yeah, like after game 2, we were just like, all right, guys, come on, lock it in, let's get it, play focus, and then we did, and that's what happened.
Okay. Big matchup, and also a player that really stepped up in the series when it came to offense, Tomato. coming in. I know you've had that offense performance. This whole team is so solid on offense, but your performance today was one that was particularly spectacular in this field sweep. And for you guys, again, 2 interestingly tough first round matches against the Kittens, and that's Martin's team, by the way, if you guys don't know in chat. It's a very solid player. And now against Aura, who has been in this league for a very long time. What about this series? What about this matchup in this series that about Aura favored you guys? Because as you said, Aura is such an interesting team. They can really adjust well. So to see you guys continue every single series to every single game to take them down, what was it about your playstyle that you think overpowered Aura here?
We've been playing together in BLCS. I'm still new to the roster with Sojourn Elites, but kind of over time, I've been getting more comfortable with the 2 of them, figuring out play styles, working on my own play style as well. And I think that, with the adjustments I've made, the improvements I've made, starting to shine a little bit more compared to recent past.
Yeah, definitely. And a great performance. Now, Tomato, you popped off, man. You were really just fantastic all series long. We got to see just a lot of what you could do on the field. How do you feel after a series like that where you put in a really good shift, made a lot of good plays, and how does that feel just after a stellar performance like that?
It feels really good, especially hearing you say that I popped off. That's kind of what we hope to achieve our roster, win games, continue to work hard. And, hearing that after I've been off the game for a while and coming back to it feels really good.
Then we'll see about that. And I will say something that's kind of haunting you guys this season. I mentioned one, obviously, the fact that, again, you guys do beat Aura again, and again, Aura being a really solid team. But last season, Affinity Reborn, again, a completely different roster this season, at least being a new addition to this one. You were here last season, right? Weren't you? You're on Missouri Western, right?
Yeah, so I was here for season 3, and then decided to attempt to play with my college team. Didn't go fantastic, so I came back.
Well, again, I will say it wasn't much better for Affinity Reborn. They actually did worse last season than Missouri Western did. So
that's insane.
Honestly, worse. They lost in the first round of the playoffs.
Insane.
They did worse than Missouri Western, who won their
but
first round match.
To be fair, we did play against a team that went to the finals. So
you did play against Team Evo. So that is
and we gave them a fight. We gave them a fight.
Sporty on smoke today. Okay, that's all.
I know.
Hey, you guys have a lot to prove this season. Elites. I mean, again, now you're off. Obviously, Missouri Western. You're now back on Affinity Reborn. This season, you guys are going to look to try to improve on that. and make it further in the playoffs, make a huge run. And again, we mentioned you guys are probably one of the front runners now with that big win. Just take us through kind of the importance of this match itself and really the importance of this team overall, this new roster, and how much that playoffs does matter to you guys, and being able to kind of, make amends for what happened last season that I don't think you guys want to mention ever again.
Yeah, I mean, you can go for it. You can go for it, Leeds.
I was gonna say, even though I wasn't on Affinity, I think we just have a lot better of just the connection with each other. I feel like our teams, like the season before, because that was the first time I've ever been around like the Affinity guys in season 3, and so it's been probably around a year at that point. Just knowing each other better and like being able be more comfortable with like telling each other like what we're doing wrong, just calling things out that we need to fix is a lot easier. So just having like the comfortability to like correct each other, and then like also just being able to like appreciate when someone does something good. We always hype each other up, so it's pretty easy to stay like hype and locked in during the games, which is a big difference.
Oh yeah, you guys definitely locked in a 3-0 sweep here. Survivors, are any last things you want to say to you guys? Again, I know that you were a past Aura player, but to see your team get beaten this badly definitely might make you impressed to watch more Affinity V-Born matches.
Oh no, I just really impressed. Really awesome to watch Soj again after really not seeing him after I retired the first time and playing him. So seeing him with the new roster is awesome. Seeing you guys do so well is awesome. I hope you guys go on and win the whole thing. I am an Affinity Reborn fan now. I've been converted. So
Hey, me too. I also hope we go on and win the whole thing.
We'll see about that. But again, congrats on your field sweep win here. This is definitely a good stepping stone to that one here against Aura Esports. So Affinity Reborn, congrats on your win. Before you guys go, we do some shoutouts. You guys have been on the stream before, but we'll do it again anyway since it's been a little while. Let's start with Tomato. We'll go to Elites and then we'll end with Soj. So Tomato, any shoutouts? Anything you want to say? Our next match actually is Affinity Sapphire versus Akudama. So if you want to say anything to Affinity Sapphire, they are in chat. I did see Hugh Dog here. So if you want to say anything to them, you could talk about that next upcoming series.
Yeah, as far as shoutouts go, the Affinity guys, always glad to have their support. My cat Milo, he's one of my biggest fans. And to the Sapphire guys, let's bring home 2 dubs tonight. Good luck, boys.
Move on now to Elites. Is there anything that you'd like to say as well, Elites?
They're typing in chat. We got XMBZ and Trey Kampachi. Shout them out. They've been here supporting me. They normally don't type in chat, but they decided to get involved today apparently, so here they are. Yeah, they're revealing a very interesting family tree here. How's the child support working here with Trey Kampachi here? Apparently you are now a father.
Oh,
At least is now a dad of Trey Kampachi. I don't know. Anyways, we'll see. And apparently now XNBC is your father. Anyways, this is a weird family tree. I don't want to get too far into it. You guys, I'm sure, can sort this out. But again, congrats on that. And we'll end now with Soj. Is there anything that you'd like to say, Soj? Here to end off this match, but not end off the night for the Affinity Reborn organization.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, shout out to everyone in chat who is rooting for us. I know I saw Techie from Techie and Ace Poly, which traditionally Big Mach 10 fans, so I shout them out as well. And also just like shout out Elites. Even he brings so much to the team, and he doesn't get enough love for it. So shout out Elites.
Again, a big field sweep. Congratulations on your series win here, Affinity Reborn, taking down Aura. Good luck in your future matches. In fact, your next one will be against Nova's Cult, so that will be an interesting matchup. But for now, take care. Have a great rest of your night, and hopefully we'll see you again.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you too.
Well, Survivor, I know that's the end of your night with me. It was nice having you actually join me. That again, it feels like such a weird thing to be reached out by a guy like you, who, again, I've had very minimal interactions with. But again, thanks so much for joining me. I know you're a solid caster, and obviously you came in and we got to have a little fun together. Is there anything else you want to say? Any last messages before we're going to move on to our next match, Affinity Sapphire versus Akudama?
yeah, it's awesome to now be a Splash Series caster and be in a really awesome community of people. And it's awesome to see what you, Tommy, and the rest of the team have been doing. So congrats to you guys, and I'm excited to be around here for the future. So yeah, that's it from me.
Again, thank you so much for joining Survivor. Thank you all as fans in chat for joining us here. We've got one more match, Akudama, Affinity, Sapphire. We'll be back with that, our final match of the night, right after this break. Welcome back to the Sporty Stream, everybody. We got one more series for you all. A best of 5 series. Again, the Rocket League Splash Series here, sponsored by GamersOn.tv, Invincible Entertainment, Lat Sour Gaming, Handy Scarf Gaming, Purchase and Resell, and Claim to Fame. It's another Affinity matchup here. Affinity Sapphire taking on Fifth Corner Esports' Akudama. A big series here. Both these teams 1-0. And just like the last series, one of these teams will go 2-0. And does Affinity Reborn as an org go 2-0 on the stream tonight?
Yeah, they had a really good series beforehand. I had the pleasure of watching it. It's been good to come over and hang out here as well, Sporty. So you casted me in my game a couple days ago. But no, that was a very solid one coming in for Affinity Reborn. So obviously the teammates, their friends, I assume, but the org is going to be wanting to see that second dub come on in just hopefully if they're cheering it on, or hoping it'll be in about 20 minutes or so. But I mean, week 1, both teams, they went to game number 5. So they have a short history, but a history of going the distance.
Yeah, you definitely said that right. Again, as you said, game 5s for a lot of these players, and well, we'll see which way this series goes for them. But as you said, again, game 5 early on. By the way, I forgot to introduce you. You're Alligatorsaurus. Welcome in, Alligatorsaurus. His first time on this stream, I believe. So nice to have you in here. Again, I'm excited. This is a fantastic matchup here. As you look at these rosters, and while we're doing that, I'll tell you about how these teams did. Again, I said best of 5 game 5s. Affinity Sapphire went to beat Central Warriors last week in a game 5, which not a good start. Central Warriors are good. They're a solid team, but it's a team that you want to be able to beat if you're going to be a top tier matchup for Akudama. Their win in game 5 went against Mango's Minions, another new team in this league. And Akudama, Scripted's going to be an interesting player to look at because he played here last season and it didn't go so well for him. He lost in the first round of the playoffs. And on Akudama, a new start on the same org, but with a new team. This is going to be a big, chance for him to prove that last season, it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, last season's last season. It's in the books, done and dusted. Don't worry about it too much, right? But could be very much that opportunity to bounce back and kind of put that name out there, like you're talking about. The teams they won against, again, kind of newer, especially Mango's Minions, but I mean, going into 5 games, got to give them credit for that. But this will be a pretty good chance for these two squads to establish who's going to be the top dogs in this group and as they go through the standings. And we were talking about it a little bit in the pre-show, just kind of going through the history, and I think a lot of it is leaning more towards Akudama trying to get that, maybe the monkey off their back. But I mean, Affinity, what we've seen already today is pretty solid, so it's hard to tell going into it.
It is, because again, we're also so early on in the season, and these are very new teams. So with a lot of teams, especially at the higher ranks, you get to recognize these players because they a lot of times don't actually leave teams, so they don't change their rosters as much. But it's Surge Cup, and with it being Surge Cup, teams will change a lot. Even some of the top teams from last season changed. I mean, Team Not Bound, for instance, from last season, changed one of their players. And they got second that division. So they're the team that did the best in the Surge Cup last season, that's still in the Surge Cup this season. And well, we'll see about these. These are, again, newer rosters. Affinity Reborn. Affinity Sapphire. Reborn just played. Affinity Sapphire being the newest roster to this Affinity Reborn organization. They were added and announced early January, less than a month ago. So for them, they have had little time to really make the name for themselves. This Splash Series matchup, this is going to be where they can do it. This is going to be where they can really make a name for themselves and prove that this Affinity Reborn organization is not an organization that you should mess with.
Yeah, that'd be just bringing pride to it as well. Signing in with any org, no matter what level it is, it's always fun. It brings cheers to your face, brings smiles, and you want to do proud when you get in on it. And especially, like you're saying, a big win coming into the previous series. So my apologies, but the Affinity Sapphire squad, they're going to be playing for pride on that, just kind of establishing that, hey, they're the newest roster, but there's a reason that they got that AR in the front of the name.
There's a reason that Affinity Reborn is the org they're on. Affinity Reborn is an org known for its offense, and that might be because its main team is known to just be that aggressive. We'll see if Sapphire can bring it here against Akudama. And again, for all of us, these are new orgs, so you don't really know them that well. This is going to be a chance to, prove themselves here and in this matchup, to prove that this is their season. Because week 1, they may have read their wins, but it doesn't always, that's not telling. 1 week is not going to be telling of how a team will play this season, and especially for these sides being, again, newer rosters, newer teams, it's going to take consistency that's going to prove over time which team is better.
It takes consistency, it takes time, it takes that chemistry building up, and sometimes you get that spark right off the bat. You can turn it into wildfire, you can turn it into something special. Sometimes it fizzles out, but they're going to have an opportunity to play on stream too, getting their own replay feedback, getting some in real time. Maybe if they're listening to the stream, then they're maybe should just focus on the game, but Not that none of us have ever done that before. I do it all the time. But this is going to be a good chance for them. I'm very excited. And for them to be the nightcap off this slate of games, I know it's been a long evening for you, Sporty, with all the casts, and I'm anticipating a good one here to just send it all off with a bang.
We'll see about that, and I think that's a good transition to get this series started. These teams are already in the lobby here for this best-of-5 matchup. Affinity Sapphire taking on Akudama, the newest roster for the Affinity Reborn organization, taking on a new roster for Fifth Corner Esports. Both of them 1-0, but this match in Week 2 is very telling on how the rest of their season will fare.
Yep, there's such a big difference, just kind of internal mentally, from going 2-0 and 1-1. The difference between having that undefeated standing versus having to come back and try to get a little bit further above even. This is going to be the chance to do it, especially against teams like you said, they have this opportunity to shine. We'll see if they get this going. I'm anticipating some quick offense coming out here, Sporty, just for both of these squads, just trying to get that clicking.
Yeah, especially in this league, especially, knowing, the orders of these teams are on Fifth Corner Esports and Affinity Reborn. Affinity Reborn, again, I mentioned, and I think maybe that's why you're thinking it. I mentioned that main team is known for their offense and for Sapphire. Again, if you want to make a real big name for yourself, offense is how you do it! And that is exactly what they do! Averted, putting it in, and Affinity Sapphire lead by 1.
Well, any sense of hesitation averted, that's for sure. Coming in and getting a fantastic touchdown. Only 46 seconds in, and, Sporty, I said I expected some offense. I didn't expect to see angles like that coming in quick. Usually that's more of like a 2 minutes into the game mark, but averted already a fantastic play to start it. A great pass attempt over to HughDog doesn't connect, but a little bit of a hiccup here for the Akudama defense. Still 1-0, but a great start there for Affinity Sapphire.
And they're still holding the offense right now. Akudama getting pushed off the ball, and they're also running on very low boost. All these players running at around 20 or less boost at any moment in time, and you really can't afford to do that, and that's why Vukan is going to clear that ball out, give his team some time to reset, because, boy, they needed it, and now they're shooting! Oh, averted! It's the in-and-out save, a follow-up shot from Scripted, that will send itself wide, and already, offense from Akudama, they've been playing a lot of defense, but this transition from them is so fast, so quick, that Affinity Sapphire cannot feel comfortable with them playing that way.
Yeah, the only thing they could be comfortable so far is averted, because he already got that goal, he got that inverted save previously, nearly getting the assist over to Walrus, but that defense for Akudama, this is standing up very strong. I mean, 4 saves within the first couple of minutes. Granted, you have to give up shots to get the saves registered, but they have not looked flustered despite the flurry of attacks coming their way.
And Akudama have done well to sort that out, as also a fall coming from Cookie Monster, who is actually the captain of Akudama. Good luck in your series, my friend, obviously. We're in game 1 right now as Akudama down by a single goal, but they're getting closer and closer to putting that one away against Affinity Sapphire. Now Vukan, HughDog hits it up, Jolamine going for it, that one's up by Office Walrus. Here comes Vukan, that's off the post. Affinity Sapphire thanking the heavens above, the Rocket League gods, smiling upon them because that ball somehow stays out of the net.
Yeah, Akudama just gonna have to shake that one off quick, because that is one that you don't usually see a sequence like that end with no goals being scored. So they're just gonna have to get this back up on offense and get this positioning going again. So try to get these passes going, try to get that last touch, because a lot of it has been there, but the final shot just a little bit too directly towards the defender or in the post in a couple of cases. So if they could just get that last little bit, that last little control, it's gonna look a lot better for them on offense. But they got to get back down into that blue half, lest they get stuck, pinned back on their own defense.
Akudama. Some big demos coming from Affinity Sapphire. That surprised me, and that also surprised me. The ball just laying in front of that goal, but Akudama wasn't there to challenge, and so far it's been a lot of back and forth, but not a lot of quality, not a lot of substance to these offensive attacks. Who's going to find that second goal and that goal to maybe try to kickstart this series into that offensive overdrive we wanted to see from these sides? Still, defense playing a lot better, but it's Affinity Sapphire who can rely on that Akudama. They need to be the ones to change the series up, get the chances, because right now they're losing on offense, and that save, well, an attempt at it, that's quite poor for Akudama and Affinity Sapphire. But the second goal in this one, this really should have been saved by Jolamine.
Yeah, that's just kind of a rough one. It looked like they jumped up and then kind of boosted on over to it instead of getting that angle on it. I agree with you there, Sporty. Probably should have been saved. Akudama, again, they're going to have to shake it off quick. It's the last couple of touches. To your point, the defenses have stood up and have been the story of the game so far. Part of it, I think, has been the both offensives just kind of decaying as time goes on. To your point, the touches haven't been as deliberate. They're just kind of launching it towards where the goal is, not towards their players, not towards the teammates. But hey, I mean, right now, Affinity Sapphire have a 2-0 lead, so if you're them, why shake it up? Why change anything, right?
Well, I think for them, they're going to realize that this kind of playstyle isn't going to carry on. It may be game 1. They may be able to say it's just a slow start, but game 2, you can't start off slow. You can't continue to do this and expect to get away with it easily, especially not in future matches against teams that will not let you have this chance. I mentioned there's some very solid teams in this division that are verging on that GC free range, and if you play like this against them, they're going to laugh at you. Literally, they're going to laugh at you. This is not the kind of playstyle you want to play against them, and here against the Akudama from Affinity Sapphire, well, their offense may have been the better one so far. It's actually going to be telling for them how their offense plays in game 2, and if they improve. Because if they do, if they don't just take this game as it is on face value, that's a sign of a team that is going to play against those top teams, is going to make adjustments. Because this game 1, it's theirs, but game 2 will be more telling between both these sides. And I mentioned Affinity Sapphire mostly. Akudama, the same thing goes for them, except they just need to play a lot better. Yeah, they just got to get that consistency going, really. And it... My apologies for the mild cough, folks. But Akudama had a lot of really good things going for it, and they just couldn't get those final things working out. And again, to your point, with my apologies, Affinity Sapphire, they're gonna have to play better. They're gonna want to take this series and make a run at it. There's no doubt about that. I was gonna make a joke about maybe them poisoning the tape so people can't take a look at that, but no, they're gonna have to pick it up a little bit as well. I anticipate that these players are talking to themselves amongst that and also kind of feeling that very much a game 1 vibes, if you ask me, Sporty. Yeah, that did felt like a real true game 1. Neither team really woke up on that game, but in game 2, I mentioned this is going to be more telling between these sides. Affinity Sapphire and Akudama have a lot to improve on in actually scoring on their offensive chances, actually really willing to take those risks upfield, play more intentionally, play more willingly with each other. You see it at the highest level, at that Cyclone Cup level. Every touch is intentional with the top level teams. For these teams, they've got to be able to do that just as well in the Surge Cup, because it is still going to be just as heavily tested here in game number 2 as Affinity Sapphire. 1-0 up in the series, but for both these sides, this series still with the door wide open for any team to take. Oh yeah, I mean, last week both teams went to game number 5. I'm sure it's something that's on their mind as well. But no, they're going on to get it going. It's best of 5 series, which can get longer than people realize, and especially with seasons running multiple weeks, you have to be able to make the adjustments. You have to be able to keep playing, not really worry about what happened behind. So Akudama, they're going to look to get those passes, get those touches, get a goal on the board. I'm sure they're going to be hunting for that pretty soon, but Affinity Sapphire, they're going to be cleaning it up, I'm guessing. Yeah, I would have to assume both these teams are going to improve little by little as the series goes on, and as you said, maybe we'll get a true shit out, because I feel like these teams can definitely get into that kind of idea where they both just shoot at each other, both get tons of goals, but still so far this game, much like the other in that neither offense truly being the better one right now, truly willing to take the risk. And these teams, they're starting to break out of their shell little by little, send more people up, but still, it's not enough. It just feels like these teams are both hesitant to play upfield, play aggressive, and again, while against each other it may not be so bad, against teams that aren't going to be playing as tentatively, that's not going to work. And this is a good series to really look to improve that way, as now a miss on the back wall. Maybe Affinity Sapphire can shoot, but their chance will fall to the wayside as averted. We'll just hold this one in the corner and wait for teammates to add support. Yeah, Sporty, I might disagree with you a little bit. I think these players are playing a lot more deliberately. They're definitely not playing upfield, that's for sure. But I think they're playing a lot more carefully, not trying to give away possession too much. You're seeing a lot of these shots taking longer to develop because the players are looking to try to get that angle, try to wait out to see where the defender is going to go. Problem is, it slows it down a little bit too much, and as we see everybody zipping around the field, they're more than happy to hit supersonic as quick as they can. Yeah, and to add to your point, that control, oh well, there it is. I don't know how that fell in. I didn't expect a goal out of that kind of a play from Office Walrus, but he'll take it. As I think just a miss from Vukon. Yeah, he just missed it. That's an easy shot for Office Walrus, and for Affinity Sapphire out of nowhere, it surprised me. I think it surprised you, Alligatorsaurus, that goal would be just going in like that, because that felt quite routine for Akudama with what they've saved already. Yeah, I mean, the first goal by Averted in the 46 seconds into game number 1, that was solid. Past that, they've been a little bit more scuffed, a little bit more big brain played. And
It is definitely something we're going to need to see Akudama clean up on, and they're getting pinned back on defense again, which is making it awkward. The goals have just been given up by missed touches. A big missed touch there by Hudog, but able to recover for now is, I mean, the Akudama offense, they're going to need to take advantage of it when they can.
Yeah, and as you mentioned again, I think a lot of what Akudama has made on mistakes, it's not really Akudama, it's a lot of it has to do with Affinity Sapphire putting on pressure, but now they relax a little too far back, and Akudama are there to take it. It's a goal for Scripted as he snuck his way through the back lines.
Took a little bit over 7.5 minutes, but Akudama have arrived, getting that tying goal, and Sporty, that's going to breathe a lot of life into them here in Forbidden Temple as well. They're coming in off this kickoff. Would be fantastic for their momentum as well if they're able to get something here quickly off this first push. But no, you can even see they're playing just that little bit quicker, trying to get some of these passes high up in the blue half, but will be sent away by Walrus for now. And suddenly Affinity Sapphire, they're stuck in their back half a little bit longer than normal.
Yeah, and I like what I'm seeing from Akudama, where it's a lot more boost-oriented, as you said, a lot more intentional. They're hitting the ball up high to force Affinity Sapphire to just use their boost to catch up to them. And when you slow a team down like that, it is going to work. But averted the dribble. Look at the answer back. Got the dunk. Hudog shot that one just wide as Jolamain will panic, backflip, and well, he'll be fortunate to see it hit off a little wide from the post. And Akudama will have the clear back, but a miss from Vukan. Affinity Sapphire on offense again, averted to the corner, looking for a quick break, but Scripted will slow that play down. And Affinity Sapphire, we're looking for something fast, but pace may not be what they need at this point. They might want to look and try to slow things down a little bit more, because for both sides, you mentioned how they like to play fast, but you know, these plays aren't going to come just by playing fast. It's going to be by playing right, by playing quality.
Yeah, and especially with some of the missed touches again. I don't want to harp on it too much for Akudama, but if you're Affinity Sapphire, you really want to slow it down a little bit and just kind of force more of those awkward touches against Akudama to try to force them into making those misses, and then they can get into their own heads on it. That's a great 1-2 though for Akudama, and the point I was going to say for them is they got to keep this offense going. They're scrappy, they're playing quick, and they're finally getting these connections. A good save coming in from Hudog, but not a great save. This Vukan, it's one to follow up.
Akudama will take the lead with 49 seconds to go. Affinity Sapphire, now they're the ones being tested. Their offense has not had its best match so far. They're still struggling to score, but it's Akudama who this time aren't going to let them have that one and take it themselves. As averted, scored that first goal last game. Now the assist off his wall is the shoot, but Vukan will be there, and Affinity Sapphire will be denied. Now Akudama, if they score, that might end this game here for them, as Jolamain really wants that ball, bumped his own teammate off to get to it, as Akudama slowing the play down here. Another demo offers Walrus, and a touch from Hudog going backwards, averted, jumping over Jolamain, that one onto the net. Double commit from Akudama, still offense for Affinity Sapphire. Hudog stayed by Vukan as well. Akudama playing the defense well, a 1-goal lead. As for Affinity Sapphire, they got to go down the entire length of the field, but that will be quite a task, and a task they will not make.
I'm so interested to look back on the replay of this, because when we got 5 saves total for Akudama, and I'm pretty sure like 4.5 of those 5 saves came in the final 20 seconds, and they're just swatting it away. I mean, Affinity Sapphire came out of, it felt like nowhere, and suddenly started getting all those shots on, but now a huge clutch on the defensive end, and you got to give Vukan credit. I mean, he went Super Saiyan for a moment, picking up a huge push up on the offense, getting a great demo back on the defensive end, and setting up transitional offense. They didn't score off of it, but there was that like 7-second stretch there with about 30 seconds left. Vukan played just fantastically, and I really want to highlight that.
Yeah, Akudama, definitely a strong performance. Still, the consistency from both sides is slowly increasing, slowly getting better, and seeing this game, it was Akudama who just had that little bit more, that little bit better that they could rely on. Affinity Sapphire, still again a close matchup. They're only 1 goal away from tying it up, and well, if they were able to do so, who knows who would have taken that game. It might be Affinity Sapphire up 2-0. That's how close the series is, and honestly, we might see these teams go to their second Game 5 of the season here in Week 2.
Oh, I'm predicting they're going to Game 5. Like, I mean, Game 1, with it being the 2 goals, that was okay, a little bit different, but Akudama waking up and it still being this close, I fully anticipate this one going to 5 Sporty, and quite honestly, I'm looking forward to it.
Me too, I'd love to see it. We have gone to Game 5 already today with 100X team not found, taking down 100X collision in the LOS champs at about 2 hours ago, but for Affinity Sapphire Akudama might be our first Game 5 of the Rocket League Splash Series. No, it wouldn't be on this stream, that's for sure, but it would be the first of the night for the Rocket League Splash Series, which, again, for both these sides, I'm sure they would hate to be there again, but we'd love to see it, and Affinity Sapphire and Akudama, again, if they play the way they are, very likely we are going to head to Champions Field. We are going to head to a do-or-die final game to determine the winner, and well, we'll see who has this. Hugo looking for the double tap. Akudama sitting very far back on defense, but preventing Affinity Sapphire from getting these opportunities, from getting these high-level and high-air touches, and again, Akudama is making adjustments too because they recognize they did it well last game, and they now need to stop what they do well.
Hey, you put it, I mean, right on the money. They're getting up to the challenges quicker. They're leaving less room for Affinity to work with. They still need to get a little bit more room for themselves to try to find something up on the offensive end, but the challenges have generally been very good here in the first, 100 seconds of game number 3, and we're still sitting at that 0-0. Longest we've been scoreless in this series, if I had my mental math correct. And we'll look to see if Akudama can get this up to offense. These passing plays are starting to get sleeker, but they have not had the power, I think, that they've been trying to generate.
Don't worry, mental math is always correct. Coming from me, a guy who loves math. Mental math's always correct. We could be very wrong, and trust me, it's the same thing with me and my mental math for these matches. There's so much going on, and it's so tough to focus on actually what's actually happening on the fun little statistics. But yeah, as you mentioned, it's been a very long time, and it has to have now been the longest we've seen. We've yet to see a first goal come in for any of these sides, and again, it's been pretty slow. Well, not slow, but it's definitely been slower from these teams, more intentional, and you're telling these defenses, they played well in those first goal games, they've gotten even better. And that's what I find impressive. Even the offenses have improved, the defenses have improved, and again, even with less shots, they're becoming stronger and better and tougher to save, and still, Akudama and Affinity Sapphire are there every single time they come, and they're putting up great stops.
And they're not just getting the stops, not just getting that first touch, but getting into their teammates in the corner, getting into transition. Yukon right there, he gets the save, but he gets it back essentially to himself, as Hugh Dog will have to scramble. Will not be credited with saving the own goal, so. But they're getting this possession back over to each other, whether it's scripted right here. It's very close to being the next one to get to it, of course, averted, challenging very well at the same time. The sport, I mean, that's a huge reason why we're still scoreless here 3 minutes into the game is the challenges have been coming in quicker. Affinity, they have not been able to get that cleanliness on offense that we kind of talked about after game number 1, and we're starting to see it. They scored, 2 goals, then 1 goal, and now the offense just hasn't been there, so they're going to have to pick it up themselves. It's not going to be an easy dub.
Yeah, I will say this game, I think it's going to devolve into a little bit more scrappy, dirty offense, demos and bumps leading the charge because these defenses are just too good to not go for them. And but we have seen already, Akudama is willing to play a bit more messy. They're willing to live in the chaos and breathe in it a little bit more than Affinity Sapphire is. Now, does that mean anything? We'll see about it, but it does, I think, give me the reason to believe Akudama might be the team that's more favored here. Now here comes a demo. This one in front, and already Affinity Sapphire panicking and a little bit flustered, but it hasn't gone in just yet. Scripted. Dunk there. This one going to the goal. It is just wide as Affinity Sapphire. A few demos against them, and already we're seeing quite the difference it's making. Akudama, that might be what they need to go for here. As now, an overcommit! Where's the defense? Office Wallace will take it for free, and Affinity Sapphire, 1 goal up in a play that should never have gone in.
I mean, Office Walrus, he had to go right at the beginning of the replay. You see him get that pinch off of his own corner and following it up. Scripted. Very awkward placement, trying to cut it off on the challenge a little bit earlier when probably should have gotten back towards the net to deflect it to the corner, but it's going to reset them off the kickoff, and we're probably going to see these demos coming out pretty quick, Sporty. We're actually going to see a Rule 1 come in, so we're going into a 2v2 for the final 35 seconds, unless somebody finds a goal.
We'll see how strong these teams are in 2v2 abilities, and I do think that's, that scrappiness from Akudama actually could help them, especially in a 2v2 match. I think that's the reason why they're willing to stick into this. And for Affinity Sapphire, they're leading. They have no reason to, I think, break that up. Although, again, I don't know what's going to happen here. It's so weird to just dissolve into a 2v2 here as Affinity Sapphire, for them, will hold that 1 goal lead into these final seconds, taking the boost, taking away the opportunities. Scripted, though, near angle, in front, Vukon, 50, saved by Hugh Dog. And it's Affinity Sapphire who will clear this ball away, but at 0 seconds, it will not even have a chance to go up off the ground. They hold on in the 2v2 Affinity Sapphire with a 1-0 game. That is quite a defensive battle, but Affinity Sapphire, they're the ones favored in it. I think that's a bit surprising for me.
Yeah, no, honestly, Sporty, but I think the final play there at the end, they should have conceded a goal to Akudama, go into overtime, and then do 2 rule ones and go to a 1v1 matchup for a golden goal situation. So, I mean, I think the opportunity was right there, but and I give him kudos to holding off to it as well. And I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see more physicality come out in that game. The end of game number 2, I mean, we saw from Affinity, they put quite a few demos on in the last 30 seconds or so, and Akudama had a couple of great opportunities that they generated from the bumps. And once it got to that final couple of minutes, we really didn't see any of them. It kind of caught me by surprise.
I did. I was surprisingly peaceful last game, and like I said, Akudama
I mean, two of them were hugging in the middle of the field. It was the most peaceful game we've seen.
Yeah, it was a 2v2, and ironically, 2v2s generally have a lot more demos in them. And again, I'm so surprised that Akudama didn't go for demos because, at least from what we saw in game 2 and game 3, these guys live in the chaos, but they're not living well here. Affinity, Sapphire, 12 seconds in, an immediate powerful straight from Dog that kisses off the post and goes in the back of the net.
He generated a lot of power off that one too. I had to do a double take trying to see like where did this last little bit come from? Where did the flip come in? No, just timing on that half volley was perfect to dime that right back in. And I mean, that is a huge feather in the cap for Affinity Sapphire as they get up early. When it's been these long kind of drawn out games, they tend to win them. It's when they start giving up goals. So they
oh my goodness!
Back. Sporty, what in the good? What?
Well, welcome to the RLSS Clips of the League. That's definitely going there. 158 kilometers per hour. Scripted and U-Dog combined for an incredible cross-map pinch. That one is traveling near the speed of lights. Affinity Sapphire double their lead to 2 in a goal that came quite literally out of nowhere.
I am not kidding, Sporty. I was starting to check like my monitoring stuff. I was like, did I just drop my connection? Is everything screwed? What happened? Why? I don't know how you can script that up any better. That is something that I can't imagine the comms right now for Affinity Sapphire. They had to have been hooping in a holler in a storm.
That is, we haven't seen a pinch like that in a very long time, and to have it be from opposing players, what a weird situation it is. But Affinity Sapphire, they take it. It's their goal. They're now up by 2, and Akudama are only pressured even more now as U-Dog looking to make it free. Vukan will clear, but that's dangerously in the midfield. Offers Walrus, free shot, and that one just left right on the doorstep for Jolamain there is now scripted. Big clear, and just an easy touch away here. Akudama gotta be feeling pretty happy at this point. Well, not about this game, but the fact that they're still in it. Their defense still playing well, but again, they're just not winning these 50s. They need to get offense. Maybe they can be even happier. Oh, that's just a big miss. That's gonna hurt.
Yeah, that's what Vukan has to rotate through the corner, get the boost, and get out of the play. Let the teammate come in on it to try to get that challenge, and it's just not quite there. And we're starting to see from Akudama some of the misplays, the misrotations that were kind of plaguing them in game number 1. But on offense, they're starting to look a little bit better, but the third has to be there. And it is with the fourth the post, and it will deny this. And suddenly luck turning against Akudama. They're going to keep bashing this door down until they find some answers for all this effort, why it's not being rewarded. It's just those final strokes of the pen that aren't connecting the dots.
Yeah, now that's off the post as well, and I think it's a good time to reveal this Brambo. I remember used to call it Casper the Unfriendly Post, and right now he is quite unfriendly here to Akudama. It's a team that's down 2 great chances, and somehow they just are off the framework and away. And man, you can't get any more unfortunate for Akudama. It's been a great match for them, and it's just not been enough. There's Affinity Sapphire, nearly a 0 degree angle dunk there to try to make it free, and we're halfway through game 4, and still there's a whole lot more chaos to come from Akudama. 2 goals down, but with how this game has gone, we could have any scorelines. And off this one is that great save from Jolamain. Akudama playing defense, but again, anything can happen at this point. Whew.
It might just be that. I was going to say that we're going to see either 1 more goal or like 5 more in the next 2 minutes, but if it's going to start rolling through like that, that might be how it's going to go. Just too big in the paint. Office Walrus blocking the hallways, blocking the doors, and making his way downtown to pick up that 3rd goal. And Sporty, no team has scored 3 goals in a game yet this series. I'm not going to say it's insurmountable. There is a ton of time. But the way the series has gone, this is practically an offensive explosion.
Yeah, and for both these teams being as defensive as they are, Affinity Sapphire could shut down Akudama, but there they hesitated. Jolamain will take it, and Akudama from 5th quarter eastwards are right back in it. U-Dog gave up on that play, and you can't do that.
He's just hanging back a little bit, and Vukan ended up diming up the teammate. So back to 2-goal differential, Sporty. So we're seeing this life coming in. I'd like to see these passing plays, even if you have to take advantage of a defensive lapse to do it. Get the goals where you can, and you're going to breathe that life back into the Akudama half. And again, they got to get out of their own. However, this offense from Affinity Sapphire just will not quit. Doesn't matter if the shots are going on target or not. It's just forcing the Akudama players to be reactive rather than proactive. And it's starting to give those more quality shots that Affinity Sapphire are really starting to take advantage of.
And Joel Lemaine there wanted to shoot that one down the center of the field. He really should have gone for his corner. But for Affinity Sapphire, it's a hat trick for Hudog. And again, a great, just a good game for them. And for Akudama, that happiness I talked about earlier this game where they know that they can come back, that might be dissipating now because they're really making life tough for them as averted. What a dunk! It's going to be number 5. Affinity Sapphire are running away with it.
Oh, they're opening it up now, and this is just kind of momentum steamrolling. Its rollout has hit turn 4. We're not to turn 5 yet, but it is about to keep slamming. Affinity Sapphire, they're going to be cheering this one on. You got 92 seconds left. While things have happened, they can't get ahead of themselves by any means, but now they can keep pushing this up. Hudog with a huge step up. Got that dog in him. Does not matter the shade. He's going to find the way. He gets that big effort here, but again, still got that final minute 20 to hold strong and seal this in 4. I'm sure they don't want to go to game 5 after last week.
Yeah, last week against Central Warriors for Affinity Sapphire, that's a rough matchup for them. But this week against Akudama, definitely looks like they're just playing up, and they're feeling a lot better right now. But Akudama just looking to get something to try to create any goals, any opportunities for themselves here inside the final 60 seconds and what will most likely be the final 60 seconds of this series of the last match of the night. Akudama upfield, and Vukan looking for a redirect, trying to add one more. It's a great touch, gets off his Robles to face backwards, but won't make a difference. Affinity Sapphire will clear it off his Robles. Will prevent Akudama from getting another chance, at least for now.
And that more than likely is going to slam the door shut on it. We're going to need to see something right here from Scripted, but Hudog up, able to get the clear off to the side. It's just too much time is coming off the clock, Sporty, and even if we see it, it's tough. I mean, at this point, you pretty much got to call it for Affinity Sapphire. 20-ish seconds left. Up by 4. In a series, that'd be the total goal count, what, 2 goals, 3 goals, 1 goal, and then just score 5 in game number 4. Why not?
Yeah, they really wanted to prevent Game 5 that badly, that they'll score 5 goals in this game and take it here. A win over Akudama. Affinity Sapphire will advance their record to 2-0. Akudama, unfortunately for them, their first loss of the season, and for them, there's going to be a huge lot of questions on that offense for both these sides, because for Affinity Sapphire, it took a while to set up, and they might want to work on next week and making sure they pick it up a little bit more. But for Akudama, it's even worse for them. Their offense just fell apart at the end of this series, and Affinity Sapphire, their offense, the difference is their offense didn't fall apart, it got better.
I think just consistency as it went throughout the series. You kind of hit the nail on the head right there. It's just keeping it together as the series gets longer, and as that kind of grit and grind gets harder to fight through, you just got to keep it solid. I don't think it is any reason to panic by any means for Akudama, but it is certainly, these are going to be good games to go back, look through the replays, just kind of remember what were the comms like, what was going on in these situations, and just kind of take a look at the replays in this series. Honestly, I'd put it in the rearview mirror. They got the win in the first week. They drop it here. They had a lot of the bright points, couldn't fully put it together, and I mean, Affinity Sapphire really outlasted them, and you could see the difference, especially there in the back half of Game 4.
You actually are getting a little message here. They want to join in for a quick interview, so we'll get them in here. I did see, by the way, in chat, Jay redeemed the 1v1, so we'll get that with you, Jay, if you're still here afterwards. But joining us here are the Affinity Sapphire players, Hudog, Offers Walrus, and Averted, a 3-1 win. You don't go to Game 5 like you did last week. You take down Akudama. And for you guys, the newest roster on Affinity, on the Affinity Reborn organization, Hudog, you guys have been playing exceptionally well. Tell me kind of your feelings right now with a beautiful start to your season. 2 great wins.
Yeah, brand new team, but we already got some chemistry just from playing some earlier games and just meeting each other through thanks to Walrus setting up the team. And then we've just been kind of meshing together, scrimming teams from universities to then RLSS teams and stuff like that, just getting prepared. And we're just here to cook, man. We're having a good time. So I think that's the best part, is just coming in. We're just trying to have fun and obviously prove a point, because nobody really knows about us, and we kind of came in brand new to the league and everything. So just excited to be here, man.
Well, my apologies for not being familiar with your game. That was a way to make a
that's
statement
great,
there.
Bro. That's all Averted, man. He's crazy.
I don't know if you're listening to the VOD being averted, like that very first goal, 44 seconds into the series, 46 seconds into it, like. I'll be honest. I mean, you guys won, but I thought that was going to set the tone a little earlier. But no, it was fantastic, and it was like, okay, let's go, and it just kind of continued to be solid. And then Hugh Dog with a big step up in game number 4, and it just really all three of you had opportunities to shine, and you seized it when you had it.
Yeah, it was good. I told them, I was like, this game is my time to cook, and then we got the Hattie, so it was just right. And that pinch goal was just. It was all skill, no luck at all. I meant to do that. So
I saved that replay. I'm going to pull that up now. I'm gonna look at this while we talk.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna clip it afterwards as well. Don't worry. And it's also gonna be on YouTube, so it'll be immortalized forever on my YouTube channel. So if you guys want to watch it afterwards, by all means, the stream's probably gonna be named like Thursday, February 8th casted matches. So have fun. You can go watch that when it's uploaded later tonight. But again, congrats on that win, and still joining us. Office Balls and averted. Again, we talked about your offense being so strong, but for this team, the offense didn't really, go strong until Game 4. What was it about Game 4 that allowed you guys to score 5 goals? And as Alligatorsaurus mentioned, it was 3 goals, 2 goals, 1 goal, and then 5 goals out of nowhere. It was just 5 goals. And was it because you didn't want to go to Game 5 again, or what was it allowed that about Game 4 that had you guys score so often?
Well, yeah, like you said, we did not want to go to Game 5, not at all. And Hugh Dog here. He's just, he popped off that game. We didn't have to do anything. You know what I'm saying? Me and Office, nothing. Nothing that game.
Carried.
Yeah, we got carried. And Hugh Dog, he's in here. We're getting hype and everything like that. He's top of the world. So, we offered that game to him. But yeah, we did not want to go to Game 5. Not at all. Not like we did last week.
Hugh Dog's got a new fan as well. Alligatorsaurus got a friend behind you. Yeah,
that's true. Someone came through it. I think he heard someone walking outside, and he came down here to get some support.
Yeah, he wants to support a fellow dog.
He's the biggest 70-pound baby in the world. So
yeah, all the dogs. We accept all dogs. We love them. So
see it. Ollie, do you want to cast?
Instant buff.
See if Ollie wants to say anything. Nope. Okay. Well, I think he's a bit mic shy, unfortunately. But nice to see the dog there. And of course, also joining us here, Office Walrus, a 3-1 win for you guys again. You said the newest names for Affinity Reborn, the newest ones on the block, and so far your season has gone well. But again, these are only the first couple matches. Going into later in the season, you've got some tough matches. You've got some teams in here that are strong. Collision's a team you're gonna play in 2 weeks. You gotta play Golden Hour next week. You gotta play Brotherhood. That's Xeon's team nearing the end of the season. So for you guys, you got some pretty tough matches in the future. Tell us, and I always ask teams this, what are you going to do for the rest of your season? Because consistency is what's going to win you championships. What are you guys going to do to keep consistency?
I don't know. I think we're just going to keep up our scrims, keep playing our game, hopefully keep matches competitive, and keep them close. Take more wins.
Try not to keep them close.
I mean, the great teams are the ones that find the ways to win the close games. So, I mean, if you win every game close, that just means you're great, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was first game of the season, or second week, but the first week, I think it was just meshing. Also, it just is kind of in our blood to go to Game 5 sometimes. So we were like, we need to change the script a little bit because it's getting old, and we're like, yeah, let's just kick some butt this week, and I think we did that. So.
Well, again, congratulations on your win, Alligatorsaurus. Is there any last things you want to say as a team before we actually go to our shoutout section here? Because I always do a shoutout section last.
Yeah, obviously I'd give you guys the congratulations. Get your flowers for winning. I have been rewatching this pinch goal so many times. If you're seeing me on stream like unfocusing, I love it because Hugh Dog has the most scuffed rotation, steals 2 of his teammates' boosts, and then pinches it 155 across the net.
Yep,
so I mean,
sounds about right.
I'm watching him path, like taking the widest route, getting every big pill before getting back to back post. I'm like, okay, but so I'm sorry, I had to call you out on that. But no, congratulations, you guys played well, and you really picking it up, you keeping that consistent overall as you go, and it shows as the series get longer. So congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And again, congrats on your winners from me as well. But before you go, of course, we'll get some quick little shoutouts here. So let's go down the line. Everybody's gonna have their chance. We'll start with Office Walrus. Is there any shoutouts you have? Any final statements to add? I guess to this one, Affinity Reborn did say you guys were gonna win. They threw their hats for your guys' favor after winning last series, and you guys put up. Is there anything you want to say about that as well? Is there any shoutouts? You have any final messages?
I just want to say thank you to Soj for predicting us correctly, and I just want to give a shout out to my number one hater, Schoolits099. I'm sure you've seen him in chat. He hates on me all the time, but secretly I'm his favorite. So
We'll move on now to Averted. Is there anything that you'd like to say, Averted?
Yeah, I'd like to say again, Soj. Just like I said, I want to shout him out. He used to have me blocked on Twitter. He unblocked me. Yeah, right here. I don't know what I did to him, but he unblocked me. And a member of the chat, S Roy, 2005, I think is his name. What a guy, honestly. Probably our biggest fan. He may not talk much, but I don't even know if he did it all. But he's a big fan of Affinity Reborn, and he's just all around great guy. So.
We'll end things off with Hugh Dog now for Affinity Sapphire. I don't know when we'll see you guys again. I have a feeling we'll see you guys soon. But for now, again, it's been amazing to see you guys. Even though this match has been late, I still loved every second of it. Is there anything you want to say? Any shoutouts? Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, shout out my mom because she watches these, so it's pretty awesome that she always loves the sports casting. So Sporty, Alligator, thank you so much, guys, for casting. It's always a pleasure, and hopefully we'll be on the stream. Shout out Soj because this would have never happened without him. He picked us up quite literally last second to make up a team, and we just scrounged some guys together, and thankfully I just got to join these guys and play, and so far we've done pretty good, so it's pretty hype. Shout out Audie in the chat. She's like been watching all my streams recently. She's like my number one believer, always hyping me up, and then everybody else who is supporting us and stuff, so appreciate it, guys. Major Carnage, yeah. So but yeah, it wouldn't have happened without Soj. So W Soj.
Again, congratulations on your win here. 3-1 win over Akudama on our final match tonight. Thank you for joining Averted, Hugh Dog, and Office. Well, always, congrats on your win. Have a great night. Hopefully, we'll see you on the stream once again in the future.
Yes, sir.
all right, thank you. Too.
Alligatorsaurus. What a night that is. And at the end of my night as well, at the end of my night, it's been a long night, 4 hours of streaming. But again, I got to get a little 1v1 with Jay coming up soon. But before you leave, is there anything you want to say? Is there any final message you have before, again, we'll do that little 1v1 and we'll get, and then we'll basically end this whole night, end the stream.
I just had fun being here. It was good to be able to finally link up and get some casting done together. So looking forward to doing it in the future as well. And I got to give a shout out to Mama Hugh Dog, whatever name chat's coming up with that, because I'm almost 30 and I've been playing in leagues for years. And my mom watches my casted games, so familial support is fantastic. So yeah, big shout out to all the people that support that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna end it with that. Love to the family.
Again, thank you so much for joining Alligatorsaurus, of course, guys. Goes up one of another great caster. He works in various different leagues, including the Rocket League Splash Series. So you might see him join the stream, and again in the future, you might see me join his stream in the future. But for now, thank you so much for joining me for this match, Alligatorsaurus. Have a great night.
Take it easy. Good luck in the 1v1.
Thank you. I need it. I guess, Shay.
I'll be watching.
Again, that was Alligatorsaurus there. We're gonna go to a quick intermission. When we come back, we'll get that 1v1 sorted out. Again, we're just looking to get things sorted out. Thank you guys. Just gave me a second there. I just need to message to some people, but we're here. And again, that 1v1 not fully set up yet. Again, I will set up as soon as we can. Again, so many great people here joining tonight. Croutondust, Alligatorsaurus. We had Survivor. Obviously, 2 teams we played. We had incredible matchups. If you take a look at our schedule here, and these are our 4 matches today. And wow, what a series it was. It was Lotus 8 Nirvana taking down the MidTakes 3-1. Team Not Found taking down a Collision 3-2. Affinity Reborn winning 3-0, and then Affinity Sapphire with a 3-1 win over Akudama. Again, great matchups, some quality matches. It's been a long day. I'm gonna get that 1v1 set up with Jay. So again, we'll get that 1v1 set up. I'm gonna get him in. I think I have him added. Jay, you there? In chat? I do not have you added. Jay, add me. Same as my Discord. SportyFC. You can go add me. Just add me in. Add me as a friend and I'll 100% get you involved. As again, let's do a little 1v1. This is gonna end off our night. There's Jay. Thank you, Jay. Jay, is there any map you like? If you like a certain map, I can run it for you. And again, we'll get it. Where's the end game screen here? This one? Back with Night? Okay, we'll do that one. The classic 1v1 map. Here we go. You guys can still hear me, right? Everything's good? Yep, everything's good. Right. We'll do Beckwith. I'm actually going to change the team name so that we are not Affinity, Sapphire, and Akudama. We're just going to be blue and red. There you go. It was good. Thank you. Okay, we're going to get Jay in here one sec. Here we go. We'll invite him in. A little 1v1 matchup. Why not? I'm gonna get crushed. Jay is like GC2, so this is gonna be bad for me, but we'll do it. It's a little best of one. You asked for it, Jay. We'll do it. Here we go. Have a little fun with this one. Again, to all of you out there who are still watching, thank you so much. Again, it seriously means a lot. It was a long day for me. 4 hours today, but again, we got 3 more hours of matches tomorrow. Saw some follows coming in. Thank you, Freeze Like. I wasn't paying attention. Thank you, Freeze Likes, for the follow. This is the problem. I don't know who's following, who isn't. I'm gonna just quickly. Yeah, Freeze Lax, Hoodie FPS. Thank you for the follow as well. Doing this funny stream. I'm literally not paying attention. Jay's gonna score that too, right? Okay, he's just ruthless. Jay's ruthless. I gotta pay a little more attention because I don't want to get Jay to beat me like 10-0. Oop. I shouldn't jump at that. Oh, that's bad. I should have scored that. Oh, he tripped? Okay, I'll take it. Ooh, that's a big mistake. No. Get out of here, Jay. Right. Throw it down. He doesn't have that boost. Oh, that's bad. Why am I going for something mechanical? I can't hit that kind of stuff. I'm so washed. I should not be trying that stuff. He's gonna do it himself. Oh dear! That's a good shot. I know he can hit that too. I don't know why I'm thinking he won't. Gotta force him to challenge that. I missed the boost, so that's gonna give him the ball. Oh no, that should have been saved. I'm so bad. That's an easy save for me. Man, I'm so washed. I haven't played at all. It's showing. That's embarrassing. Oh dear, he's gonna keep scoring on me too. This is bad. I'm not playing very well. I'm so washed. This is why I need to play this game. Oh. Whatever, sure. Oh, that's a mistake. Gotta leave me this ball, yep. Oh, he didn't even jump for it. Get out. Now the question is, can I even score? I don't think he's gonna want me to do that. That's gonna be embarrassing for him. And that's a goal. I lost the boost, and I missed it! Keep missing the boost! Oh dear, that's embarrassing. There, I got it. Yeah, kickoff goal! That's so lame. Oh well, I'll take it. It's 1 goal. I was asking if I can get that or not. Missed on that one. Could have done 100% delayed that one and beaten me there. Oh, why am I doing that? I'm coming. Oh, I just let myself get dunked. Wow. Oh, he's gonna... Oh, he doesn't even want to watch that. I thought he would have at least watched that back. There you go. That's number 8. I don't want to get Brazil. As long as I don't get Brazil, I'll be happy. I don't want to get memed on here. I'll take an 8-1 loss instead of a Brazil. And I'm so washed. I keep missing the boost on these kickoffs. I'm so happy I don't actually play competitively anymore. I used to do that. Oh, I tried to bump him. I tried. I went all in on that play. I was like, why not? If I can bump him, it'll be a goal. But if I don't, it's a goal against. Unfortunate. Honestly, credit to me for trying. Credit to me. But yeah, I don't take those. Oh no, he didn't just invite 50 in here. Oh, you jerk. Why are you inviting 50 in here? And now 50's gonna make fun of me for this. Also, there's a good chance if 50 wants to play a 1-4 against me, he's beating me, so. If you don't know, 50's the Oregon in front of 35, so. There we go. Good flick. I'm happy with that. I'm almost certainly spectating, isn't he? In general VC, I'm... Oh no. Wants me to join a VC. He does know I'm streaming, so I'll chat with him and say hi. But see, he's probably I don't know what he's gonna do. Oh, he's gonna make fun of me or something. Big bumps. All right, I tried anyways. Let's go see what he's up to. Hello? What's up? I am live still. What are you guys doing here? Oh, thanks. Thanks, man. Oh, you can definitely beat me now. 50, don't worry. Jeez. No. I'm gonna actually. I'm gonna make sure I end my stream off for so that people in chat are good. Because they're probably confused because they can't actually hear you guys. Because the chat. Yeah, I will. A little bit. As Oh, chat, I'm gonna end the stream right now because it's the end of the night and I'm tired. But you just make sure. That's right. Thank you all so much for joining the stream, everybody. Take care. And that will be it for me. Thank you all.